Also scratch the 4, Stand by Your Man. Also scratch the 6, Life Turns. And scratch the 7, Twin Cedars Delane. That's in the qualifying race coming up at 12:45, just 10 minutes from right now, horsemen. In that qualifier, scratch number 2, Sweet D. Scratch the 4, Stand by Your Man. Scratch the 6, Life Turns. And scratch the 7, Twin Cedars Delane. Horsemen, you may come to the track with the first event, which is the qualifying race. We're just about 5 minutes or so from post, 12:45 p.m. for that first qualifier. Looking for Serious Attitude, Broken Spirit, Rain and Shine, and Silence the Witness. You may come to the track. Horsemen, racing fans, this reminder that today's races will be streamed live by our friends at Trot and Pace Marketing. So if you have friends that couldn't make it to the races today, you might want to send them a text, give them a call, tell them that all they have to do, they can simply go to YouTube. In the search field, just go to youtube.com, and in the search field, enter Trot and Pace Marketing. Click on the link. It'll take you to the Trot and Pace Marketing channel, and they will have live coverage of the races. Our thanks, by the way, to the Illinois Harness Horsemen's Association, helping underwrite the cost of that coverage again this year, and I know race fans appreciate it, because when you go racing on a weekday afternoon, not everybody can get free of work and come to the races, but sometimes they can sneak a look at their phone or at their computer and follow along with what's going on. So thanks to the Illinois Harness Horsemen, and thanks to our friends at Trot and Pace Marketing.
Hey everybody, this is your producer, Don Holden with Trot and Pace Marketing. Kurt can't hear me way over here across the track, but I want you guys to know we appreciate his shout out.
Horses are on the track for the qualifier. Horses are on the track. So, horsemen, you may take your field to the top of the stretch to the starting gate. We are ready to go with the qualifying race to get things started here today. Qualifier to get us going. Qualifying race, of course, a non-purse event here. And the goal, as most of you are aware, but we will mention this for those that maybe are new to the sport of harness racing, that qualifying race is a great opportunity to get a clean past performance line on a horse, particularly with an eye toward pari-mutuel race meets that are coming up. I've always said, to me, it's the equivalent in this game of the morning workout. You know, the thoroughbred industry, they've got the published works of the daily racing form and all that. We don't have official workouts per se, but what we do have are qualifying races. It can be a great way to get a horse experience. It's a great way to bring a horse back off a layoff, and it also is a great way to help the betting public at the pari-mutuels get a better handle on the potential of a given horse. So we start with qualifier, and we have a 4-horse field. The qualifying race, number 1, Serious Attitude, is owned by Jonathan Gordon of Champaign and trained by Merv Chupp. The driver is Cordarius Stewart. Number 2, Sweet D, is scratched. Number 3, Broken Spirit, owned by Dr. Patrick Graham of Lock Ridge, Iowa, trained and driven by Kurt Grummel. Number 4 is scratched. Number 5, There's Rain and Shine, going past the stands, owned by Carol and Diane Hayes of Williamsville, trained and driven by Carol Hayes. 6 and 7 are both scratched. Number 8, Silence the Witness, owned by Dr. Peter Karras of Sherman, trained by Dennis Bankston. Contrary to the program, Jordan Patton, the driver. Please note, number 8, Silence the Witness, your driver is Jordan Patton. Just about set to go. Horsemen, be ready, please, with that first purse race. Post time is at 1 o'clock, which is right now some 14 minutes away. So by the time we contest the qualifier and have our pre-race ceremonies, we'll be set to go. So horsemen, stand by. As soon as the qualifier concludes, we will notify you when the track is open and ready for the first purse race. By the way, horsemen, as far as those 14 purse races, we will have a trackside winner's circle photographer. The winner's circle will just be a makeshift spot right here in the home stretch. We don't use the victory lane, but we will take winner's circle photos on the home stretch after each of the 14 purse races. Denise Titus is our trackside winner's circle photographer. And this reminder that there will be a courtesy golf cart from the stable area at the draw gate at the top of the bottom of the home stretch, I should say. I'm thinking in terms of Fair Week, we talk about the paddock at the top of the home stretch. Here's a little differently. Everything's at the south end of the grounds for today's races, but there will be a courtesy vehicle, a golf cart positioned there at the draw gate after each of the 14 purse races, and we will have trackside winners photos. I believe I saw Mr. Dwayne Wells a moment ago go by the stands on horseback. He is our outrider today. Always appreciate the exceptional skills and horsemanship of the outriders everywhere that we go racing. Truly good to have Dwayne here, and I think also Lacey Tunyes will be aboard, if not today, coming up at some of our later events this spring and summer. Finishing up some track conditioning over on the far turn on the north end of the racetrack. And as soon as the track conditioning is complete, we'll be ready to go with this qualifying race. Starter calls for the field for today's first race. Roy Finn, our starter, Tim Becker at the steering wheel, and they are at the post. The gate is rolling for the qualifier. Good to have you with us. 82 degrees, beautiful spring day here at the Quoin State Fairgrounds. And yes, it is not quite summer just yet. What is it, June 21st, memory serves? So we got a couple of weeks yet. Let's give spring its due. Here they come for the qualifier. And away they go, often trotting and pacing in this dual gate qualifying race. They head down into the first turn. Broken Spirit comes out and takes the early lead. Rain and Shine is there up on the outside. Then Serious Attitude, who's third, back toward the rail. And Silence the Witness is last of the four as they complete the opening eighth of a mile, move midway on the south turn of the racetrack at DuQuoin's Magic Mile. It is Broken Spirit who shows the way and is on top here by just one length. Rain and Shine, the former Illinois State Fair aged mare trot champion, is traveling along in second position. Then Serious Attitude. 32-1 was the time for the opening quarter. 32 1/5 seconds. Mr. Ron Bergdorf, our timer. Thank you, Ron. They head up the backstretch, and it is Broken Spirit who shows the way. Broken Spirit leads it by a length and a half, as Rain and Shine is right there second by 2 lengths. Serious Attitude is third by a length and a half, and then Silence the Witness fourth and last, but right there with the rest, single file as they approach the half-mile mark. Working their way toward the end of the backstretch, Broken Spirit is the leader, a 3-year-old Lose Legacy filly. 104 was the time, so a sensible pace here in this qualifier. 104. Broken Spirit shows the way, leads it still by a length and a half as they swing down the north side of the course. Rain and Shine is racing along in second by 2.5 lengths. Now there's Silence the Witness moving up on the outside to challenge for the third position, and in fact moves by Serious Attitude now for third as this field of 4 horses in the qualifier approaches the 3/4 mile mark, and it is still Broken Spirit the leader. Now Rain and Shine comes to the outside to challenge for the lead. 135 and 1 at the 3/4, 135 and 1. They fan out 3 across the racetrack. Broken Spirit to the inside. Rain and Shine is alongside. And then Silence the Witness on the far outside is 3rd. Serious Attitude is 4th. Broken Spirit still there to the inside. Rain and Shine is there. And then Silence the Witness, who's moving quickly. Silence the Witness storming down the center of the racetrack to win the qualifier. Silence the Witness got up and won it by 2 lengths on the line over Rain and Shine. And second, Broken Spirit was 3rd. And Serious Attitude 4th. 2:03 and 3/5 was the time for the 1 mile distance. 2:03 and 3/5. It is rolling. Track. Broken Spirit to the inside. Rain and Shine is still there to the inside. Rain and Shine is there. And then Silence the Witness, who's moving quickly. Silence the Here's the full field rundown for the qualifier, and horsemen, you may come to the track for the first purse race. In the qualifier, from the top of the page, Serious Attitude finished 4th. Sweet D was scratched. Broken Spirit was 3rd. Stand By Your Man was scratched. Rain and Shine, the runner-up. Life Turns was scratched. Twin Cedars Delane was scratched. Silence the Witness, the winner. The opening quarter, 32 and 1/5. The half and 1:04. 3/4, 135 and 1. The mile, 2:03 and 3/5. The last quarter in 28 and 2/5 seconds, and it reached down 4, scratch 3, scratch 2, scratch 1. Congratulations to the connections of Silence the Witness, owned by Dr. Peter Karras of Sherman, trained by Dennis Bankston, the Ontario-bred pacer, driven today by Jordan Patton, the breeder, Windback Farm of Maryland and of Ontario. From the Supreme Headquarters Allied Expeditionary Force came this letter in 1944. Soldiers, sailors, and airmen of the Allied Expeditionary Force, you are about to embark upon the Great Crusade, toward which we have striven these many months. The eyes of the world are upon you. The hope and prayers of liberty-loving people everywhere march with you. In company with our brave allies and brothers in arms on other fronts, you will bring about the destruction of the German war machine, the elimination of Nazi tyranny over the oppressed peoples of Europe, and security for ourselves in a free world. Your task will not be an easy one. Your enemy is well trained, well equipped, battle hardened. He will fight savagely. But this is the year, 1944. Much has happened since the Nazi triumphs of 1940 and 41. The United Nations have inflicted upon the Germans great defeats in open battle, man to man. Our air offensive has seriously reduced their strength in the air and their capacity to wage war on the ground. Our home fronts have given us an overwhelming superiority in weapons and munitions of war and placed at our disposal great reserves of trained fighting men. The tide has turned. The free men of the world are marching together to victory. We mention this because today marks the 80th anniversary of the Allied forces landing on the beaches of Normandy. And with that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, as we get set to go racing here today, we ask that you would please rise in tribute to our national anthem. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and a special thank you to our veterans who have served our country and are serving. And also today we think of those Gold Star families as we observe this 80th anniversary of the D-Day invasion. 14 purse races today here at the Quoin State Fairgrounds, getting set to go racing. Again, horsemen, you may come to the track with the first race. We do have a number of changes on today's card. We'll go ahead and take a look at some of those changes, at least for the early portion of the card right now. In the first race today, the first purse race has no changes, no scratches, no driver changes to report in the first race. However, if you turn to race 2, in the second race, the driver of number 6, Feeling It, will be Phil Knox. That's in race number 2. The driver of number 6, Feeling It, will be Phil Knox. The third race, there are no changes to report at this time in race 3. And in fact, the fourth race is also clear at this time. However, if we go to race 5, in the fifth race, scratch number 2, Skeeter Machine. That is race number 5, scratch number 2, Skeeter Machine. Sixth race. In the sixth race, scratch number 6, Whiskey Tango. Sixth race, scratch number 6, Whiskey Tango. Please note the driver of the 7, Hot Like Mama, has been changed, and that will be Jordan Patton. That's race 6, number 7, Hot Like Mama. The driver will be Jordan Patton. Seventh race, scratch number 3, Nay's Rendezvous. Scratch the 4, She's Brooke Star. And scratch the 6, Crimson Blue. That's in race 7. Scratch number 3, Nay's Rendezvous. Scratch the 4, She's Brooks Star. And scratch number 6, Crimson Blue. Race 8. In the 8th race, driver change, number 5, Buck Art. Make the driver Zyler Maxwell. That's race 8, number 5, Buck Art. The driver, Zyler, Z-Y-L-E-R. Last name, Maxwell. 9th race. The driver of the 4, Carrot Top Moose, Phil Knox. That's the 9th race, number 4, Carrot Top Moose. The driver, Phil Knox. Scratch number 8, I Can Have Mercy. That's the 9th race, scratch number 8, I Can Have Mercy. So let's go to the 10th. And in the 10th race, scratch number 5, Guitar Man, and scratch the 7, Rage-In. That's the 10th race, scratch number 5, Guitar Man, and also scratch number 7, Rage-In. Race 11. Scratch number 4, Fox Valley Lizzie. Once again, that is race 11. Scratch number 4, Fox Valley Lizzie. Go to the 12th race. In race 12, driver change, number 5, Zion's Really Chilly, Kyle Houston. That is race 12, number 5, Zion's Really Chilly, the driver, Kyle Houston. No changes to report at this time in race 13 or race 14. Again, horsemen, you may come to the track for the first. Waiting for Amazon Princess and Copper Teen. As soon as we have the last two, we'll be all set. Just waiting for two more. It is good to have you with us today, folks, here at the Suburban Downs Downstate Summer Meeting. This is the first of approximately 28 days of racing scheduled for the summer campaign, the spring and summer downstate. This is the first of 10 scheduled race days here at Quoin. There are 18 days scheduled for the Illinois State Fairgrounds at Springfield. This is the third consecutive year for a Suburban Downs meeting downstate. Just a reminder, next week we're scheduled to be at the Illinois State Fairgrounds at Springfield. That will be next week on June 13 and 14. Busy week for the horsemen. You've got the Downstate Classic, which was rain postponed. It carried over from Wednesday evening to now Friday morning. So tomorrow morning, 11 a.m. post time for the Downstate Classic. Over $80,000 in purses on that 9-race card. That should be a fantastic day of racing. Also, racing fans, if you're in the grandstand and need a track program, we told you earlier there are copies available over at the racing office in the Grand Circuit Barn on the south end of the grounds. If you don't want to get up and walk that far, our friend Linda Allhands, who is over there in Section C toward the south end of the grandstand, she's giving us a wave right now. She can sell you a track program. So if you need a track program, just go up there to the concourse level of the grandstand, head down toward the south end toward Section C, and Linda Allhands can certainly sell you a track program. Linda, her stable is busy this week. A lot of horses in to go, and Linda has a horse, in fact, that'll be racing in the Downstate Classic tomorrow, so certainly wish her and her stable well, and good to have Linda help us out here today. Still waiting for the 5 Amazon Princess and the 6 Copper Teen. Come to the track, please. Number 5, Amazon Princess, and number 6, Copper Teen. By the way, our thanks to everybody at Suburban Downs and at Hawthorne Racecourse. Jim Miller, the Assistant General Manager and Director of Racing for Hawthorne and Suburban Downs. Racing Secretary Robin Schatt, and our Director of Operations, Tina Schrock, a whole list of officials that we will discuss as we move throughout the day. And one other note, Luke Davison, the new Quoin State Fair Manager. My understanding is Luke is joining us here today, along with our Director of Agriculture, Jerry Costello, for the state of Illinois. So welcome one and all. Right now, horses are on the track. Starters are out for race 1. Horses are on the track, and they are approaching the starting gate for today's first race. We'll take a look at the starting lineup here in just a moment. By the way, in the first race, contrary to the program, the driver of number 5, Amazon Princess, is Zyler Maxwell. Zyler Maxwell driving Amazon Princess And our thanks to Derek Russell for passing that information along. Number 1 is Skyway Goliath, owned by Ernie Sort, Nori Nessa, Sean Nessa of Fairfield and of DuQuoin, trained by Sean Nessa. The driver is Kelsey Perryman. They are at the post gates rolling. 2 Sadie's Art, owned by Mary Alice Tetrick, Tom T. Tetrick of Jeff, trained by Clark Fairley, Casey Leonard in the bike. 3 Martha Wax is owned by Dennis Brightwell of Cedar Lake, Indiana, trained by Dennis Brightwell, the driver Kyle Houston. 4 is Marshall Malone, owned by Richard Dobson of Alexander, Illinois, trained and driven by Stephen Halford II. 5 Amazon Princess, owned by Joe Heinman of Linton, Indiana, trained by Terry Skinner. Zyler Maxwell, the driver. And 6 Copper Teen, owned by Cordarius Stewart of Byron, Mississippi. He's the trainer, he's the driver. Here we go, race 1. Off and pacing, there goes Copper Teen from the outside for the early lead. Martha Max is there, and Skyway Goliath down toward the inside. Skyway Goliath from that inside starting spot saves the ground around the first turn, and as a result moves up for the lead by a length. But here's Copper Teen moving by on the outside to take second, and now to challenge for the lead. Martha Max is racing in third as Copper Teen moves up and has the lead at the quarter-mile mark. Copper Teen is cleared with the lead a length and a half. Skyway Goliath second. Martha Max is racing in the third position. Sadie's Art is fourth. 27-1. They boiled the opening quarter. 27 and 1/5 seconds. Marshall Malone further back is traveling along next to last, and Amazon Princess is the trailer for the move up the back stretch. So a quick opening quarter here, and Copper Teen was used hard to get to the lead. Never saw the rail around that first turn, but now is in control of the pace. Leads it by a length. Skyway Goliath is second, a length and a half. Martha Max is racing third by 2. Back to Sadie's Art, Marshall Malone, and then Amazon Princess. 56-3, so the tempo slowed just a bit through the second quarter, but still a solid pace here as they move on to the far turn. It is Copper Teen who has the lead, and Skyway Goliath is still there, racing along in second, now takes toward the outside. Martha Max has lost contact with the top 2. She's dropped back along the rail into the 4th position around the far turn as they move by the 3/4, and it is side by side now for the lead, as it is Skyway Goliath outside, Copper Teen inside. 125-3 off the 3/4 mile mark. 125-3. Skyway Goliath has taken the lead off the turn. Marshall Malone tries to pick up the leaders toward the outside, trying to challenge Copper Teen for that second spot, but Skyway Goliath is in front. Further back, Sadie's Art has gone to 4th. It is Skyway Goliath in front for Kelsey Perryman in the blue and white driving colors and drawing clear, coming through the stretch and to the wire. Skyway Goliath wins it. Skyway Goliath opened up, won it by 6 lengths, close for second, Copper Teen or Marshall Malone for that runner-up spot, and then behind that pair, it was Sadie's Art in 4th. 1 minute, 54 and 3/5 seconds. 1:54, 3/5. Your unofficial winner, number 1, Skyway Goliath. A reminder, there is a trackside winner's circle photographer. That's our friend Denise Titus. And down in the first turn, up here to the home stretch near the finish line, where we will have a makeshift winner's circle on the home stretch of the racetrack. I think I just heard Sean Nessa say, Sean, where the instructions, you're going to have to get the picture quick. Yeah. Now returning in front of the stands, the winner of the first race, the official winner of this race for Pacers. How about a hand for number 1, Skyway Goliath, Kelsey Perryman. Yeah, Skyway Goliath, he tends to be a bit high-strung, and Sean Nessa, the co-owner and the trainer who's trackside in the red shirt, he told Denise Titus, our trackside photographer, he said, you're going to have to get this picture quick. This horse is not one to stand around. But congratulations to Ernie Sork, Nori Nessa, Sean Nessa. How about that? A Fairfield and DuQuoin-owned winner to start the day at Indiana-sired 4-year-old Skyway Goliath. 4th career win. And again, the time for the mile, 1:54.3. Trainer and co-owner Sean Nessa just had bypass surgery 2 weeks ago. Sean kind of looked up at us and said it's probably questionable whether or not I should even be here today. So wonderful to see Sean not only up and going, but back at the races. So Sean, well done, buddy. Congratulations. There's the winner, Skyway Goliath, Kelsey Perryman, your winning driver. Full field rundown coming up. Horsemen, you may come to the track with race 2. Here's the full field rundown for the first race. That first race for Pacers, non-winners of $10,000 in 2024 with also eligible conditions that applied. From the top, Skyway Goliath was the winner. Sadie's Art finished 4. Martha Max finished 5. Marshall Malone was 3rd. Amazon Princess finished 6. Copper Teen, the runner-up. The quarter, 27-1. The half in 56 3/5 seconds. 3 quarters, 125-3. And the time for the mile, 1 minute 54 3/5 seconds. Reads down 1:45.362. Congratulations again to Team Nessa, Ernie Sork, driver Kelsey Perryman, getting us started here with a win. Second race is coming up. A reminder in race 2, the driver of number 6, Feeling It, will be Phil Knox. Phil Knox drives number 6, Feeling It. Horsemen, come to the track. Waiting for Rock On Big Star, Miss Larry, Gotta Go Graham, Rock and Roll Dakota, Pond to Spark, Feeling It, and Chase the Bouquet. Is here today. So Luke, you were just telling us, DuQuoin native, this has to be really neat in order to come out here and know that, I'm sure it's a lot of responsibility, but a lot of fun for you as well.
Yeah, every day is a new adventure out here. I've had a relationship with the fairgrounds for a long time. I'm really proud to be a part of what we're trying to do here in DuQuoin and the greater region as an economic engine for this area. So thanks everybody for coming out to the races. We're thrilled to have a horse presence here all summer long, something we want to continue into the future. And thanks to our director for setting this up for us, and thank you all for who attended today.
And I know the horsemen appreciate the great effort by the track crew and the grounds crew here at DuQuoin. And Luke, we hear it. I bet you hear it all the time too. What a beautiful setting for racing here.
Absolutely. I feel like we have a really unique grounds in general. But the fact that we can host something like this in a small town DuQuoin and in this region that is always looking for viability, we are really proud of our facilities, and I promise we're going to do the best that we can to keep them up to a standard that accommodates everyone.
And I know the horsemen appreciate that, and the racing fans appreciate that as well. Well, Luke, I know you didn't come by yourself today. It looks like you brought some good company with you.
Yeah, I'm here with the Director of Agriculture, Jerry Costello II, so he probably wants to say a few words to y'all.
Let's turn it over to the director, because I know the director flashed a big smile, and I know he loves racing, and he's got some good news to share. Director, welcome back to DuQuoin.
Hey, so nice to be here. As Luke was saying, we love Southern Illinois, the fairgrounds here, but specifically the track. There's so much history in harness racing right here at the DuQuoin State Fairgrounds. And honestly, I'm overly pleased, overjoyed to announce to IHHA that we will be infusing about $2.9 million into purses this year. So close to $3 million. I can tell you IHHA worked very hard. The lobbyists working with legislators, working with Department of Agriculture. So hopefully this will be a much better year for a lot of Illinois-bred racers.
That is tremendous news indeed, and appreciate everyone who has worked so hard in helping make that happen. And direct.
Like 1986. It's just, I'm from Southern Illinois myself. I was a legislator. Actually, my district at that point in time included DuQuoin proper. I grew up myself coming to this fairgrounds as a kid. I can tell you the governor, the first lady, we're all very, very invested in the DuQuoin State Fairgrounds, Southern Illinois, as well as Springfield in the Illinois State Fairgrounds. I think people are aware as well that both the governor and the first lady are huge as far as equine supporters.
And it shows. And what the great thing is, it allows so many more great memories to be made as we go forward, because we always talk to folks that have such wonderful memories of the downstate fairs. So we all in the racing community appreciate that very much. Director, before we let you go, and again, thanks so much. You brought some great news. I know the horsemen they've got to be thrilled with this development. This makes for an even better summer and an even better year. But before we let you go, the horses are going to the gate. I know you served in the military. We talked when we opened the program, 80th anniversary of the landing at Normandy on D-Day, and we just want you to know we appreciate your service, and I know that is something that you hold very close to your heart, your friends as well that have served with you in the military.
Thank you very much. Actually, my best friend, godfather to my youngest daughter, was killed in action in Afghanistan. Being a veteran is something I'm extremely proud of, and I think it's very important that we all remember those who gave their lives, sacrificed their lives for us to have the democracy, the Constitution that we live under. So thank you for bringing that point up. D-Day is something, so many men and women lost their lives for this country. It's something we can never, ever forget. And being in the 82nd Airborne, D-Day itself is something that's very special to me.
That is very well said. Director Costello and DuQuoin State Fair Manager Luke Davison, good to have you both with us here today. Gentlemen, thanks for taking time to swing by the judges' den as we're set now to go racing with race 2. In fact, here they come, getting set to get underway. Also, horseman, a reminder, winning horse to the testing location in the stable area, please. Horseman, a reminder, when you win today, there is a testing facility. There is a temporary testing facility set up in the barn area. Please keep that in mind. In the meantime, off and pacing, here we go. In today's second event, the scramble is on for the lead. Pond de Spark is away quickly. There goes Pond de Spark. Casey Leonard moving up around the first turn to take the lead by a length and a half as they race on to the quarter-mile mark. Miss Larry gets away in the second position. Rock On Big Star is third as they go on by the quarter and head up the backstretch. Chase the Bouquet fourth. 28-1, the time for the opening quarter, 28 1/5 seconds. Gotta Go Graham is racing along in fifth. Rock and Roll Dakota is sixth, and Feeling It is seventh and last as they head up the backstretch toward the halfway point with Pond de Spark, the leader. Pond de Spark is on top and leads it by a length. Miss Larry getting a good trip, drafting right in behind the leader in the second position. Rock On Big Star goes third. Chase the Bouquet is still there in fourth. Gotta Go Graham is in fifth and racing about 6 lengths off the lead. Rock and Roll Dakota next to last, and Feeling It starts to move from the back of the pack. 58-2 was the time for the first half mile. 58 2/5 seconds. It is Pond de Spark who leads at a length and a half. Miss Larry is in second around the far turn. Rock On Big Star is third down toward the inside. And then Rock and Roll Dakota, who starts moving up on the outside. Now Rock and Roll Dakota has gone from fourth to third, challenging for second. Feeling It moves with cover. Behind that one, Pond de Spark is still the leader though, and Pond de Spark leads it by a length and a half off the turn. 128 3/5 the time for the three quarters. 128 3. Rock and Roll Dakota coming after Pond de Spark as they straighten away for home. Pond de Spark to the inside. Rock and Roll Dakota there. Rock On Big Star swings out to the far outside. Miss Larry gets shook loose late. Gotta Go Graham out in the center of the track. It's wide open. What a finish. Here comes Rock On Big Star. Rock On Big Star, center of the track. Rock On Big Star. Jamal Denson rally up to win it by 3/4 of a length on the line. It'll be a multiple horse photo to separate second, third, and fourth. You've got Pond de Spark, you've got Miss Larry, Rock and Roll Dakota, all in that photo for the runner-up position. 1:57 was the time for the mile. 1 minute, 57 4/5 seconds. Number 1, Rock On Big Star makes a strong rally down the home stretch through the center of the racetrack and wins it for owner Jerry Blunt of Clinton, Mississippi, trainer Charles Arthur, and the driver Jamal Denson. How about a hand for the winner of race 2, number 1, Rock On Big Star. Time for the mile, 1 minute 57 4/5 seconds. This makes a great point because Director Costello and DuQuoin State Fair manager Luke Davison both had just asked. They said, how about the track condition? And indeed, the track crew's done a fantastic job, and this is a great example of it because Rock On Big Star came into this program with a lifetime record of 2:04 1. And will leave here today with a record of 1 minute 57 4/5 seconds. So this horse has just lowered his career best by better than 6 full seconds. So congratulations to our winning connections. This pacer is a 3-year-old gelded son of Sagebrush out of Diorama by Real Artists. Gentlemen, congratulations, well done. Denise Titus snapping the picture trackside as Rock On Big Star wins race 2. Full field rundown coming up. Full field rundown coming up. A reminder, the courtesy vehicle will be operating throughout the day. Horsemen from the draw gate located down near the entrance to the first turn. And please feel free to take advantage of that shuttle service for the Winter Circle trackside photos. Again, our photographer, Denise Titus. Here's the full field rundown from race 2. It is official. From the top, Rock On Big Star was the winner. Miss Larry, the runner-up. Gotta Go Graham finished 5. Rock and Roll Dakota 4. Pond to Spark finished 3. Feeling It was 6, and Chase the Bouquet 7. The quarter, 28 and 1. The half in 58 and 2/5 seconds. 3 quarters, 128 and 3. And the mile, 1 minute 57 and 4/5 seconds. Reads down 125, 436, 7. Third race is on the way. Come to the track with Speedy Town, Illini Isabella, Madam Full Charge, Lose Interceptor, Kansas Boy, and Fox Valley Harley. No changes in race 3. By the way, folks, one other note, talking about the DuQuoin State Fair, just a reminder, fair dates this year, August 23rd through September 2nd, and racing set August 26th through August 28th. One of the many things that is always so much fun about the DuQuoin State Fair, if you like high school football, and what a great sport that is, it's so much fun. I remember a few years ago here, we had a harness racing program one evening, and there were marching bands from several high schools across southern Illinois that were on the grounds. And it was kind of a celebration because high school football season was just getting underway, and it was great to see all the young people here on the grounds that night. Just a very festive atmosphere. So there's always a lot happening here at the DuQuoin State Fair, and it's going to be bigger and better than ever this year, August 23rd through September 2nd. Waiting for Illini Isabella, Madam Full Charge, Lose Interceptor, and then we'll be set to go with race 3. Horses are headed to the starting gate for today's third race, a maiden trot, non-winners of a race lifetime. And let's meet those starters now as we get set to go. Again, horses headed to the gate for race 3. Number 1 is Speedy Town, leased by Marna Sheehan of Hopkinsville, Kentucky, trained by Marna. Tyler Sheehan, the driver. Number 2 is Illini Isabella, owned by Hosea Williams of Chicago, trained by Stephen Halford II, and Juan Franco is in the bike. 3, Madam Full Charge, owned and trained by David Brown of Southern Illinois from Harrisburg. The driver is Richard Finn. Number 4, Lou's Interceptor, owned by Stacy DeRoos of Charleston, trained by Jill Brown. The driver is Chris Brown. Number 5, Kansas Boy, owned by Kenny Collier of Ellery, Illinois, owned also by Otto and Lisa Rinker from up at Strasburg, Illinois. The trainer is Kenny Collier and the driver Casey Leonard. Number 6, Fox Valley Harley, owned by Gabe Wand of Dodgeville, Wisconsin, Robert Wand of Shullsburg, Wisconsin, owned also by Gary Galley of Mineral Point, Wisconsin, Jamaica Patton of Rochester, Illinois. Jamaica Patton, the trainer driver, headed to the gate, third race on the afternoon. Horses approaching the starting gate for the third race. Maiden Trot, field of 6, getting ready to go here this afternoon as they begin to assemble over on the north end of this 1-mile racetrack. This track was built in the immediate aftermath of World War II. I believe the first season that they raced over this 1-mile track was in 1946. There have been so many great moments and memories here for harness racing over the years, motorsports over the years, some of the best in the nation in both industries. So many great memories for the Illinois-bred horses here as well. So always fun to go racing at DuQuoin. Right now they're at the post and the gate is rolling. We've talked about it in the past on the motorsports side of things that there have been drivers over the years here like A.J. Foyt and Mario Andretti and Al Unser who have competed over this racetrack. Just phenomenal. Tony Stewart has raced here. And of course on the harness racing side, oh my, go back to when the Hambletonian came here in the late 1950s, just an endless string of tremendous horses and men and women of the harness horse industry. And we appreciate the horsemen who continue this today. You men and women racing with us today, thanks for being here. Here they come, third race. They are off and trotting. There goes Lou's Interceptor out for the lead. Illini Isabella comes away in the second position. Speedy Town is third down toward the inside. Kansas Boy gets away racing in the fourth spot and quickly settles over against the rail. Fox Valley Harley will go fifth around the first turn, and Madam Full Charge, last of the 6 after the opening 1/8 of a mile. They head to the quarter with Lou's Interceptor on top. Lou's Interceptor leads it by just a length. Speedy Town will go second as they go by the quarter. Illini Isabella is racing along in the third position. With Kansas Boy fourth, Fox Valley Harley is still there in fifth. 32-3 the time for the opening quarter, 32 and 3/5 seconds. Onto the backstretch they go. Madam Full Charge is still the trailer, and back up front, Lou's Interceptor continues to lead. Lou's Interceptor leads it by a length and a half as they approach the midpoint of the backstretch. Speedy Town will go second by just a length as they go on toward the half-mile mark. Illini Isabella still there racing in the third position, and Kansas Boy still travels along in the fourth spot. He's about 6 lengths off the lead, still against the rail. Madam Full Charge moves up 1 spot outside of Fox Valley Harley. 105 and 2 was the time for the first half mile. 105 and 2/5. Lou's Interceptor leads the field over to the north side of the course and is on top by a length and a half. And Speedy Town is still there in second by a length and a half. And here comes Kansas Boy to the outside, challenging for the third position. Illini Isabella is still there down toward the inside, still has third, but only by a half length with just over a quarter mile to go. Further back, Fox Valley Harley, and a gap of 8 more lengths, Madam Full Charge at the back. 135 and 3 the time at the 3/4, 135 and 3, and here comes Speedy Town to the outside. Speedy Town coming after Lou's Interceptor, and Kansas Boy is there out in the center of the racetrack. Kansas Boy tries to get going down the center of the track. Illini Isabella is still fourth down toward the inside. How about Kansas Boy? Kansas Boy coming forward for the lead and for the win. Kansas Boy wins it. For owners Kenny Collier and Otto and Lisa Rinker, trained by Kenny Collier, Casey Leonard in the bike, Kansas Boy, your winner. 2:04 and 3 the time for the mile. 2:04 and 3/5. We'll meet Kansas Boy here in just a moment. Horseman, you may come to the track with race 4. Kenny Collier, the co-owner and trainer of Kansas Boy, is an individual who has been in this great sport of harness racing for virtually his entire life. And his partners on this horse, Otto and Lisa Rinker, they are longtime racing fans, but newer to the game, just within the last few years as far as getting directly involved as owners. And it's good to have Otto Rinker here today, getting ready to celebrate this victory down trackside as he moves toward the head of the horse. Now slides down to say congratulations to driver Casey Leonard. Gives him an attaboy for a job well done. How about a hand for number 5, Kansas Boy? A reminder, horsemen, that when you have the winner today, you need to report to the testing station back in the stable area. So just remember that all winners need to report to the testing location near the Grand Circuit barn. Casey Leonard, we talked about the Illinois Harness Horsemen's Association. We heard Director Costello talk about the hard work that's gone on between the IHHA and the state legislature. So Casey, to you and everybody at the IHHA, a big thank you. And thanks to the IHHA for sponsoring the Trot and Pace Marketing live stream of these Suburban Downs downstate races this summer. To Kenny Collier and to the Rinker family, congratulations on a big win here at DuQuoin by Kansas Boy, a 2-year-old gelded son of You Know You Do, an Indiana sire trotter that came out of the Lexington Selected sale last fall for $7,500. Kenny Collier has been telling us since last fall, I think I've got a good one on my hands, and it looks like indeed that is the case. Full field rundown coming right up. And here is the full field rundown for that third race. It is official. Speedy Town was the runner-up. Illini Isabella finished 4. Madam Full Charge was 6. Lou's Interceptor finished 5. Kansas Boy, the winner, and Fox Valley Harley was 3rd. They got the quarter in 32 and 3/5 seconds, the half in 105 and 2, 3 quarters 135 and 3, the time for the mile 204 and 3/5. Reach down 246 513. One quick note, we talked to Otto Rinker before the races today, and he commented on the great job that Kenny Collier does as a horseman, as trainer, and Otto added, he said, Kenny's wife, if you want a good caretaker, nobody takes better care of their horses, and that is so true. So congratulations to both Kenny and Deborah Jo Collier on the start to another good season in the works here. Boy, that's a family that has had their share of wins at DuQuoin over the years, under the Collier name, under the Burkett name, and add another one to the list here in that third event. One other thing, it's always kind of fun when a 2-year-old can beat older horses. So that was a big win for Kansas Boy. Fourth race is coming up, and in the fourth race, no scratches, no driver changes.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Waiting for Mr. Turbo Muffler and Don't Count Me Out. Horsemen, this reminder that we do have a farrier on the grounds, and that is Tom Miller. So if you have any horseshoeing needs, just contact Tina Schrock, our Director of Operations, and she can get you in touch with Tom Miller. Again, horsemen, if you have any horseshoeing needs, Tom Miller is on the grounds. Our Director of Operations, Tina Schrock, can help coordinate if you need Tom's services. Thank you. Horses are on the track and headed to the gate for the fourth race, a maiden pace, non-winners of a race lifetime. Number one, It's Rob Not Bob, is owned by Robert Grismore of Freeport, owned also by Charles Knipp of Madison, Wisconsin, Neil Nordloff of Rockford, Illinois, and Kevin Grismore of Westfield, New York. The trainer, Mike Brink, the driver, Casey Leonard. Number two, Mr. Turbo Muffler, is owned by Terry Wilson, Jackson, Mississippi, trained by Fabian Johnson. Jordan Patton is up. Three, Speed Minded, is owned by Richard Dobson of Alexander, Illinois, trained and driven by Stephen Halford II. Four, Imperial Hanover, owned by the Rick Schrock stable of Cantrell, owned by Kenneth Schrock of Arthur, Brady Schrock of Cantrell, trained by Jamaica Patton, Travis Seekman, the driver. And five, Don't Count Me Out, owned by Sidney Kelly of Clinton, Mississippi, the trainer-driver, Kelsey Perryman. Headed to the gate for today's fourth race. Horsemen, be ready, please, with race 5. A reminder, in race 5, scratch number 2, Skeeter Machine. Just a reminder, looking ahead, race 5, scratch the 2, Skeeter Machine. At the post, race 4. Our thanks to Tina Schrock, Leanne Shen, Marietta Walker, all have been helping oversee the administrative duties for the races that we present here today. Could not do it without them. Fortunate to have a strong set of racing officials to help put on these races each summer. Thanks again to Hawthorne, Suburban Downs, the IHHA, and the DuQuoin State Fair Management. Here they come. Off and pacing they go, and there goes Don't Count Me Out. Don't Count Me Out, wasting no time, goes right out for the early lead as they head down to the first turn. Speed Minded comes away in second position as they race toward the quarter. Imperial Hanover third. It's Rob Not Bob is away racing in fourth. And finally, it's Mr. Turbo Muffler who's last of the five, but right there with the rest. They move midway on the south turn. What a great day for racing. Just a beautiful day here in Southern Illinois. Great news from the Director of Agriculture earlier about the extra money, $2.9 million to be released later this year for harness racing. It's a good day. 30 3/5 was the time for the opening quarter. 30 3/5 seconds. Up the backstretch they go here at Quoin. Don't Count Me Out was determined to get that lead early. Kelsey Perryman already has a win under his belt for the day, looking for another one here, but still a long way to go. It's got company. It's Rob Not Bob is moving with a flourish. It's Rob Not Bob moves on by from the back of the pack, sweeps up and takes the lead before they reach the half-mile juncture. It's Rob Not Bob is the leader by 2 lengths. They go on by the half. Don't Count Me Out is in second, and here comes Imperial Hanover. 1:02.1 the time at the half-mile mark. 1:02.1. Imperial Hanover is now up to second within a half length of the lead. It's Rob Not Bob against the rail, leads at a half length. Imperial Hanover is toward the outside and second by a length and a half. Don't Count Me Out gets the shuffle back into the third position. Speed Minded comes off the rail fourth, now taking third, but still nearly 4 lengths off the lead. And then there is a gap back to Mr. Turbo Muffler of another 7 lengths as they come off the far turn. It's Rob Not Bob. Got 3/4, 1:31 and 2. 1 minute 31 and 2/5 seconds. It's Rob Not Bob to the inside. Imperial Hanover is there to the outside. And Speed Minded is third in behind that pair as they come into the final 8th mile. It's Rob Not Bob and joined on the front end by Imperial Hanover. Imperial Hanover, it's Rob Not Bob. It's Rob Not Bob has a narrow lead. Imperial Hanover is there. Down to the wire they come, and that is tight. That's a photo for the win. That will either be it's Rob Not Bob or Imperial Hanover for the top spot. We do know behind that pair, Speed Minded was third, and then Don't Count Me Out was fourth, and Mr. Turbo Muffler fifth. 1:59 and 3, the time for the 1 mile distance. 1 minute 59 and 3/5 seconds. Waiting for result of the photo. Our photo finish technician today, Emma Schrock, will give us that result shortly. You know, we mentioned Emma Schrock as our photo finish technician. By the way, belated congratulations. She graduated with her undergrad degree from the University of Illinois this spring, and now she will be going on to pursue her master's work. And how about giving Emma a nod for integrity as well? When you're the photo finish technician and your dad and your brother have one of the horses in the photo, it might test some ethics, but not in the case of Emma Schrock. She just called up and she said the winner is number 1. It's Rob Not Bob. Number 1 prevails by a nose over Imperial Hanover. Emma, thank you. Now returning, here is the winner by a nose. Number 1, it's Rob Not Bob. Casey Leonard goes back-to-back on the card. Denise Titus taking the trackside photo. Casey, congratulations, a driving double to get things started here early in the card this afternoon. It's Rob Not Bob is owned by Robert Grismore of Freeport, Illinois, where Adolph Rupp coached high school basketball before the folks in Kentucky took him away. Yes, Adolph Rupp coached at Freeport back in the day. So congratulations to Robert Grismore of Freeport, also to Charles Knipp of Madison, Wisconsin, Neil Nordloff of Rockford, Illinois, Kevin Grismore of Westfield, New York, the trainer Mike Brink, the driver Casey Leonard, the breeder Dandy Farms Breeding of Jeff Davis, the IHHA president. It's Rob, not Bob, 3-year-old gelded son of World of Rock and Roll, 159-3. Here's the full field rundown for the fourth race. It is official. It's Rob, not Bob, was the winner. Mr. Turbo Muffler finished 5, Speed Minded 3, Imperial Hanover, the runner-up, and Don't Count Me Out finished 4th. The quarter, 30 3/5. The first half mile, 102 1. 3 quarters, 131 2. And the time for the mile, 1 minute, 59 3/5 seconds. Reads down, 153-4. I've always wondered, with Robert Grismore being the co-owner of number 1, I've always wondered about the name, if it's one of these situations where he prefers to go by Rob, if he goes for a shortened version, and maybe people call him Bob, and he finally named a horse to clarify the situation. It's Rob, not Bob. Regardless, congratulations to our winning connections. Race 5 coming up. Horsemen come to the track. Scratch number 2, Skeeter Machine. Number 2, Skeeter Machine is a scratch. We are waiting for Fox Valley Kodiak, Fox Valley Exploit, Vinnie Lou, Mock Diesel, Rockin' Republic. We mentioned the fact a lot of racing this week. You've got the Downstate Classic tomorrow, Macon County Fair at Decatur, up in central Illinois. That's always a fun day. They have put together an outstanding card. 9 races, combined purses over $80,000. What a tremendous day of racing that will be. 11 a.m. post time tomorrow, and then they come right back on Saturday at Decatur, post time 11 a.m. once again. They will have the Illinois Big Ten Colt Stakes. That will be the kickoff fair of the year for the Big Ten circuit. So if you get time, be sure to take it all in. Downstate Classic tomorrow at Decatur, the Big Ten Stakes coming up on Saturday at the fair in Decatur. The Thoroughbred folks, they're excited about the Belmont Stakes. That'll go to the post on Saturday. The Kentucky Derby winner, Mystic Dan, is in the lineup, and the Preakness winner, Seize the Gray, is in the lineup. A number of folks around Illinois have bought into Seize the Gray earlier this year, and what a thrill that's been. In fact, there have been even some friends of ours in the harness racing industry. They bought shares in Seize the Gray through myracehorse.com. That's been so much fun. What a great way to get people connected to horse racing in general. It's a great chance for folks to get involved. In this case, they bought shares in Seize the Gray. Lo and behold, now they can say they own an interest in a Preakness winner. I know they're excited about the big race in the Belmont on Saturday. The morning line odds came out, and Seize the Gray is like the 3rd or 4th choice at 8-1. And I saw some comments on Facebook from folks that own a share or two in that horse, and they said, you know what, suits us fine, suits the horse fine. He doesn't know what the odds are. Just go out there and maybe try to prove him wrong once again. So should be a fun day at Saratoga Springs, New York. We especially want to wish all of our friends in the harness business that bought shares in Seize the Gray, we wish them well for a safe journey on Saturday.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is your producer and videographer, Don Holden, with Trot and Pace Marketing. I just wanted to remind everybody, as usual, I will show the slow motion stretch drive as well as the full replay after each race. And when you view that, keep in mind, I am set up 20, maybe 30 feet off the wire. So that little bit of an angle, that little bit of distance, can make a huge difference in a photo finish and can completely skew what you see in the video. So just remember, what you see may or may not be accurate to the official result. The photo finish is actually positioned right here on the wire, right, that tripod right there with that iPad on it is photo finish. And as you can see, right about here is where I'm actually positioned. This is looking straight out to the track from me. So that little bit of difference can make the winner look like not the winner, or vice versa on the video. So just keep that in mind. The photo finish is the official, makes the official call, of course, not me. This video is very much unofficial.
Well, when you think about a flat tire and having to get a flat tire fixed, you might think typically of motorsports. Not always the case. It can sure happen in harness racing as well. Just got word that number 3, Fox Valley Exploit, was getting ready to come to the racetrack when Kyle Houston noticed flat tire on the race bike. So they will get that taken care of, and as soon as that problem is resolved, Fox Valley Exploit will be on her way. Always fun to see the Illinois champion, Fox Valley Exploit, on the card. One note, late driver change, number 6 Rockin' Republic, Zyler Maxwell will drive the 6 Rockin' Republic, Zyler, and again that's Z-Y-L-E-R, last name Maxwell. We say late change, the announcer's just late reporting it. If you want to be technically correct, our thanks to Derek Russell, he passed that along about an hour ago, so should have mentioned that sooner, but Zyler Maxwell will drive number 6 Rockin' Republic. Last horse headed to the track. Horses are on the track. They're headed to the gate. Race 5, Pacers, non-winners of $10,000 this year. Also eligible conditions may apply. Number 1 is Fox Valley Kodiak, owned by Nelson Willis of Beecher, Illinois. Owned also by Donna K. Kelly of La Plata, Missouri. Trained by Tom Simmons, Casey Leonard in the bike. 2 is Scratched. 3, Fox Valley Exploit, owned by David Brigham of Litchfield, Michigan. Owned by Kyle Houston of Altamont, Illinois. Trained by Amy Houston, her husband Kyle in the bike. Number 4, Vinnie Lou, is owned by Cavallo Stable of Richton Park, Illinois. Trained and driven by Stephen Halford II. 5 is Mock Diesel, owned by the Flacco family farms of Alexis, Illinois. Dr. Richard and Arlene Flacco, Rick and Tabby Flacco, trained and driven by Jill Brown. And number 6, Rockin' Republic, is owned by Dossie Miner of Springfield, trained by Terry Skinner. But a reminder, contrary to the program, the driver is Zyler Maxwell. Just about set to go here in race 5. Horsemen stand by with race 6. A reminder, in the 6th race, scratch number 6, Whiskey Tango. 6th race, number 6, Whiskey Tango is scratched. Starter calls for the field, race 5. At the post, gates rolling, race 5 here at the DuQuoin State Fairgrounds, the Suburban Downs, Downstate Spring and Summer Meeting at DuQuoin. And next week we go to Springfield. We'll be alternating between these 2 one-mile downstate racetracks throughout the course of the coming weeks. Here they come, race 5. Off and pacing they go. Rockin' Republic fires out from the far outside. Fox Valley Exploit has early speed as well, and Fox Valley Kodiak comes away racing in the 3rd position. Fox Valley Exploit has the lead. Fox Valley Exploit is on top by a length and gets over next to the rail. Rockin' Republic goes second up on the outside. Fox Valley Kodiak is racing in the 3rd position around the first turn. Vinnie Lou is in 4th against the rail, and Mock Diesel now moves up a couple of spots from 5th to 4th to challenge for 3rd as they head on to the backstretch, and there's also a challenge and change for the lead. Rockin' Republic the leader. 29 and 3 for the opening quarter, 29 and 3/5 seconds. Rockin' Republic leads it, but here comes Mock Diesel. Mock Diesel moves up on the outside, goes from 2nd now to challenge for the top spot after 3/8 of a mile. Midpoint of the backstretch, Mock Diesel on the outside has the lead by just a neck, and Fox Valley Exploit is now 2nd down toward the inside, or Rockin' Republic, I should say, right in front of Fox Valley Exploit, who's a close 3rd as they go on by the half-mile mark, and then Fox Valley Kodiak 4th. 59 and 1 was the time for the first half mile. 59 and 1. Onto the far turn they go. Mock Diesel to the outside. Rockin' Republic to the inside, battling for the lead. Rockin' Republic moves up, saves the ground against the rail around the far turn, leads at 3/4 of a length. Fox Valley Exploit is right in behind the leader, and she's looking for racing room. The challenge here for Fox Valley Exploit, Mock Diesel, the tiring horse, is there on the outside. That will delay the ability of Fox Valley Exploit to come off the rail, but now she finds room to the top of the stretch as they turn for home. 129 and 1 the time, 129 and 1 at the 3/4. Here comes Fox Valley Exploit after Rockin' Republic, and then Fox Valley Kodiak, who is toward the far outside but is still third. Rockin' Republic has the lead by a length. Fox Valley Exploit, then Fox Valley Kodiak third on the grandstand side. Rockin' Republic still the leader to the inside. Fox Valley Exploit comes at her again. Another driving finish. Rockin' Republic wins it by a length on the line for Zyler Maxwell. It was Fox Valley Exploit second, and then it was Fox Valley Kodiak third, followed by Vinnie Lou in fourth, Mock Diesel fifth. 1:56 and 2 the time for the mile, 1 minute 56 and 2/5 seconds. We'll meet the winner, Rockin' Republic, in just a moment. Horsemen, you may come to the track, race 6. Waiting for the winner to return, Rockin' Republic, a 6-year-old gelding and Ohio sired, gelded son of Pet Rock, owned by Dossie Minor, trained by Terry Skinner. Zyler Maxwell in the race bike. Zyler Maxwell might be a new name to us here in Illinois this year, but young man has already won his share of races. He actually had already won, 24 races or so, I think, coming into today's card in his young career. Zyler turned 18 just a few days ago, folks. And here he is driving at DuQuoin for the first time and winning at the DuQuoin State Fairgrounds for the Suburban Downs meeting. How about a hand for Zyler Maxwell and Rockin' Republic? Rockin' Republic wins for the 21st time in his career, 1 minute 56 and 2/5 seconds the time. The hazards of the winner's circle when horse is tossing his head. You're trying not to get hit in the face with the overcheck. But that's a happy problem to have, because if you're in the winner's circle, that means things went well. Zyler, congratulations. Well done. And welcome to DuQuoin, Illinois. Once again, horsemen, a reminder, there is a testing facility back in the stable area, so all winners today must report to the testing area located in the stable section of the fairgrounds down on the south end of the grounds, not far from the race office. Full field rundown is official. Here it is for that 5th race. From the top, Fox Valley Kodiak was 3rd. Skeeter Machine scratched. Fox Valley Exploit, the runner-up. Vinnie Lou finished 4. Mock Diesel finished 5. And Rockin' Republic, the winner. The quarter, 29 and 3. The half, and 59 and 1. 3/4, 129 and 1. The mile, 1 minute 56 and 2/5 seconds. Reeds down 3, scratch 2, 4-5-1. Race 6 on the way. Again, a reminder, scratch number 6, Whiskey Tango. Number 6, Whiskey Tango is scratched. The driver of the 7, Hot Like Mama, Jordan Patton. That's number 7, Hot Like Mama, the driver, Jordan Patton. Horsemen come to the track, race 6. waiting for Hot Like Mama. Headed to the starting gate, horses are on the track, race 6, pacing fillies and mares, maidens, non-winners of one race lifetime. A reminder, scratch the 6, Whiskey Tango, and a reminder, the driver of the 7, Hot Like Mama, Jordan Patton, drives the 7. Number 1 is Vicky Lester, owned by W.J. Donovan of Delray Beach, Florida, trained by Amy Houston. Kyle Houston is up. 2 is Something About Me, owned by Walk on Water Acres, LLC, of Richard and Bethany Finn of Altamont, trained and driven by Richard Finn. Number 3, Tyler Ty, owned by Hosea Williams of Chicago. Stephen Halford II, the trainer, Juan Franco on the bike. 4 is Arcase Tony, owned by Mitch Titus of Charleston. Roshan Trigg of Brandon, Mississippi, trained by Roshan Trigg, the driver, Cordarius Stewart. Number 5, Bing Bing Bing, is owned by Philip and Sherry Cotton of Fairfield, trained by Philip Cotton, the driver, Matt Abinetti. 6 is Scratch. 7 is Hot Like Mama. Hot Like Mama, owned by Cedric Daniels of Jackson, Mississippi, trained by Cornelius Cabot, the driver, contrary to the program, is Jordan Patton. And number 8, Iridescent Remy, is owned by Heidi and Pete Liu of Springfield, Illinois, owned also by Michael Martin of Macedonia, Ohio, Phil Knox, the trainer and the driver. Just about set to go. The horses are up on the north end of the racetrack. The starting gate moving into place. Just about ready for race 6. At the post, and the gate is rolling. Race 6. Here they come. They're off and pacing. There goes Iridescent Remy from the outside. Hot Like Mama has some speed. Vicky Lester is there down toward the inside as they thunder into the first turn. Hot Like Mama challenging Vicky Lester. Vicky Lester has the lead, though, around the first turn as they head toward the quarter-mile mark. Something About Me sneaks up the rail into second position. Hot Like Mama third on the outside. Iridescent Remy found a good spot against the rail in fourth as they move on by the quarter-mile mark. And once again, Hot Like Mama moves forward now and takes the lead. Hot Like Mama clears with the lead right past the quarter-mile mark. 28-4 the time. 28-4 fifth seconds for the opening quarter. Hot Like Mama leads it by just a length. And then Vicky Lester in second by a length. Something About Me is third. Iridescent Remy is fourth. Tyler Ty is racing in the fifth position. Arcase Tony is in sixth as they approach the half-mile mark. And Bing 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 is seventh and last. Vicky Lester Vicki Lester has moved back by and regained the top spot at the expense of Hot Like Mama. And here comes Iridescent Remy now, first up on the outside in third. 59 and 2 for the first half mile, 59 and 2/5 seconds. So let's see what Iridescent Remy can do from here. Vicki Lester has the lead. They're midway on the far turn. Vicki Lester leads it by 3/4 of a length. Iridescent Remy is second on the outside by 3/4 of a length. Hot Like Mama is third by the same margin, back to the inside. And then Tyler Ty, who is fourth up on the outside as they go on by the 3/4 mile mark. Something About Me is fifth. Vicki Lester has opened up on a 3-length lead as they turn for home. 1:28 and 3, the time at the 3/4, 1:28 and 3. Vicki Lester has the lead out to 5 lengths. The scramble is on for second behind her. There's an eighth of a mile to go. Matt Avenatti and Bing 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 swing way out to the grandstand side to challenge for the second spot. Vicki Lester has the lead, though, in deep stretch. Bing 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 is there as they come toward the wire. Cordarius Stewart moving late as well with Arcase Tony, but it's all a battle for second. Vicki Lester wins it. Opens up and wins it by 6 lengths. Bing, Bing, Bing came out of that crowd to be second across the wire, and Arcase Tony got third. 1:57 and 3 was the time for the mile. 1 minute, 57 and 3/5 seconds. And congratulations to our winning connections in race 6. W.J. Donovan of Delray Beach, Florida, the owner. Amy Houston, the trainer. Kyle Houston, the driver. How about a hand for number 1, Vicki Lester? Vicki Lester is an Indiana-sired 3-year-old filly by Rockin' Image, bred by the Victory Hill Farm. Filly wins for the first time in her 4th career start. By the way, speaking of the Houston stable, if you thought that maybe you were going to catch a break in that 3-year-old filly pace division for the Illinois breds this year because you hadn't seen the name Chickabell, well, we got news for you. Chickabell is back. She raced in a qualifier yesterday morning at Harrah's Hoosier Park. And Kyle, I thought she paced a pretty nice trip, 1:55 and 1. Kyle says, yeah, 54 and a piece, but yeah, it was a good mile. So Chickabell, you Illinois bred fans, just keep in mind, Chickabell is coming back. I think that's going to shape up to be a fantastic division this year in that 3-year-old filly pace. We've already seen some other 3-year-old pacing fillies with some big wins last weekend up at Springfield. Chickabell will be part of that mix going forward. Full field rundown here in race 6 in just a moment. Full field rundown is official for race 6, and here it is from the top of the page. Vicky Lester, the winner. Something About Me finished 5. Tyler Ty was 4. RK's Tony finished 3. Bing Bing Bing, the runner-up. Whiskey Tango was scratched. Hot Like Mama finished 7, and Iridescent Remy was 6. The quarter, 28 and 4. The half in 59 and 2. 3 quarters, 128 and 3/5. The time for the mile, 1 minute 57 and 3/5 seconds. Reads down 154, 3-2 scratch, 7-6. The upcoming 7th race, a reminder, scratch number 3, Nay's Rendezvous. Scratch the 4, She's Brooks Star. And scratch the 6, Crimson Blue. Again, that's all in the 7th race. Scratch number 3, Nay's Rendezvous. Scratched Sick. Also scratch number 4, She's Brooks Star. Scratched because of transportation issues. And also scratch number 6, Crimson Blue. Scratched by the trainer for personal reasons. Those are the scratches for race 7. Horsemen, you may come to the track with Runaway Delight, Philly's Revenge, Fox Valley Tasha, Stevie May, and Illini Bell. It's amazing to talk to horsemen and the memories that come back at certain racetracks from racing competition. And it's incredible how many horsemen we have talked to over the years that they will remember not only wins but sometimes losses as well. And it's incredible the way a trainer or a driver can remember things, specific moments as a race unfolded. In this case, we've had horsemen today that can look around this racetrack and they can say, I remember the day during the Quoin State Fair, I was on the lead, or I was maybe sitting in the middle of the pack on the rail. X, Y, and Z happened on the final turn and I got beat that day. It's always an interesting study with horsemen, how sometimes those tough losses can stick in their minds with incredible detail, sometimes as much as the victories do. And that's all because, as the saying goes, no victory is guaranteed. And man, racing strategy and old-fashioned racing luck can play a big part of it.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Our thanks to our racing officials. Once again, Jim Miller, the Assistant General Manager and Director of Racing for Hawthorne Racecourse and Suburban Downs. He's also the Treasurer for the U.S. Trotting Association, by the way. Robin Schatt, the Racing Secretary. Tina Schrock, our Director of Operations. Leanne Shin and Marietta Walker also helping oversee operations here today. Brad Dye is our presiding judge. Our Associate Judge is Tim Searle. Ron Bergdorf, our Chief Timer. Mark Brown is the charter. Emma Schrock with the photo finish. Denise Titus, our trackside win photographer. Roy Finn, the starter. Tim Becker drives the gate. Dwayne Wells, our outrider. Our identifiers, Danny Satterfield and Tina Schrock. Our veterinarian, good to have Dr. Kate McBurney of the American Association of Equine Practitioners. We talked about Tom Miller on the grounds. He's our official farrier for the day. Again, horsemen, if you need any shoeing work done, just contact Tina Schrock and she will help you make arrangements with Tom. MedStar Ambulance Service, also the gang at ATS, Audio Technical Services with the sound system. We mentioned Trot and Pace Marketing with the live stream of the races. Again, you can find them on youtube.com. Just go to youtube.com and enter Trot and Pace Marketing in the search field. Thanks to the IHHA for their continued sponsorship of that live stream. Sizemore Concessions over in the stable area. Stop by, get a burger, a tenderloin, something cold to drink. And students of the DuQuoin Community Unit School District number 300 have been assisting here today as well, and we appreciate that. Thank you, Tim. The note about the Downstate Classic. We had mentioned this earlier today. The Downstate Classic racing tomorrow at Decatur, Nay's Rendezvous scratched from this 7th race here today. Now, the official reason was that she was scratched sick. So it will be curious to see what the situation is with her because she's entered for that Downstate Classic, which goes tomorrow at Decatur. And she is a very talented filly and would look to be one of the favorites, at least on paper, for that race. So here's hoping that all goes well for Nay's Rendezvous, and hopefully she'll be fine and will be able to fulfill the commitment in the Downstate Classic come tomorrow. Post time 11 a.m. at Decatur tomorrow. Absolutely, you know me well. Starters are out. Headed to the gate for race 7, Illinois Conceived and Foaled, ICF Pacing Fillies, age 3 and 4. Number 1 is Runaway Delight, owned by Kelly Bell of Windsor, Matt Avenatti of Crispin, Matt, the trainer-driver. 2, Filly's Revenge. Speaking of the Downstate Classic, Filly's Revenge won that race for 3-year-old pacing fillies 1 year ago. Owned by Nan Turner of Argenta, trained by John Fletcher, Wyatt Avenatti is up. 3 and 4 both scratched. The 5, Fox Valley Tasha, owned by Kevin and Alan Miller of Arthur, Brian Lohman of Broadlands, trained by Kevin Miller, Kyle Houston in the bike. 6 is scratched. 7 is Stevie May, owned by Hugh and Susan Lacey of Joplin, Missouri, trained by Ray Hanna, the driver, Casey Leonard. Number 8, Illini Bell, owned by the Irvin Miller stable of Irvin and Heidi Miller of Wind Gap, Pennsylvania, owned also by Doug Overheiser of New Smyrna Beach, Florida. The Engel stable of Marty Engel of Northbrook, Illinois, trained by Irv Miller, the driver, Cordarius Stewart. Headed to the gate, starter calls for the field for race 7. Talked about the Downstate Classic, and tomorrow there are several memorial races that are scheduled. They will have races on the Downstate Classic card in memory of track announcer Carl Becker, in memory of Central Illinois native Kurt Green, who became a racetrack executive and one of the leading historians of the sport. Also, Leroy Moyer will be remembered tomorrow, who trained for many, many years at the Macon County Fairgrounds. And also Buddy Hanna, and we mention that because our condolences to Ray Hanna on the passing a few weeks ago of his nephew, Buddy. Right now, here they come, race 7 set to go as we reach the midway portion on today's card. They are off and pacing, and there goes Stevie May from the outside, Runaway Delight to the inside, and Philly's Revenge has speed. Philly's Revenge now moves up, and Philly's Revenge takes over as they enter the first turn and swing around the south side of the course. Philly's Revenge, Wyatt Avenatti over to the rail, a 2-length lead. Runaway Delight with Matt Avenatti, Wyatt's brother, traveling along in second. Then there's a gap of 3 lengths back to Stevie May. She will settle at mid-pack in the third position. Fox Valley Tasha is racing in fourth, Illini Bell last of the 5 as they go by the quarter. 28-2 the time for the opening quarter, 28-2 fifth seconds. On to the backstretch they go. Philly's Revenge is the leader. Philly's Revenge on top by 1.5 lengths with Runaway Delight following her up the backstretch as they move from south to north across the Magic Mile here at Quoin. You've got Stevie May still toward the center of the pack against the rail in third. Fox Valley Tasha is fourth in behind her, and Illini Bell last of the 5 as they are halfway home in today's 7th race. 57-4 for the first half mile. Thank you, Ron. 57 4/5 seconds for the opening half mile. Onto the far turn, Philly's Revenge is the leader, on top by 1.5 lengths. Runaway Delight second by just 1 length. Stevie May now starts to move from left to right, comes off the rail to challenge for that second position. Still 1.5 lengths off the lead. Fox Valley Tasha moves up behind her around the far turn, and then Illini Bell is last of the 5. They go by the 3/4, and here comes Stevie May to the outside of Philly's Revenge for the lead. 1:27.3 the time at the 3/4. 1:27.3. It is Stevie May to the outside, and Philly's Revenge is there toward the inside. Fox Valley Tasha, center of the track, is in third, and then Illini Bell on the grandstand side. She is in fourth. It is still wide open in the final 8th mile as Philly's Revenge turns back every one of these challenges and opens back up in the closing strides to win it, and won it by 3 lengths on the line. Philly's Revenge, your winner. And then after that, it was Illini Bell, Fox Valley Tasha, Stevie May was in fourth, and Runaway Delight was fifth. 1 minute 55 3/5 seconds the time for the 1 mile distance. Philly's Revenge, man, they put her to the test all the way down the lane, and she said, bring it on, and she wins it 1:55 3. We'll meet the winner in a moment. Horsemen, come to the track, please, with the 8th race. Race 8. No scratches. Come to the track. Denise, just a heads up, we did receive word that owner Nan Turner is here today, and she will be on her way to the winner's circle here in just a moment. So thank you. Philly's Revenge is owned by Nan Turner and has been a truly a fantastic filly, a homebred for Nan. Nan is from Argenta, Illinois, and what a thrill it was last year with the Macon County Fair being her home fair. This filly won the Downstate Classic and then came back 3 days later and repeated with a win in the Illinois Big Ten Colt Stakes at Decatur last year. Philly's Revenge, who is in front of the stands, and now here comes Nan Turner on the courtesy vehicle. Philly's Revenge, a 4-year-old daughter of Revenge Shark, out of Incredible Philly, who also raced with considerable success for Nan Turner and trainer John Fletcher. John Fletcher's in the green shirt coming trackside. He's a gentleman who for many years worked in the show horse world and then made the transition to training standardbreds. How about a hand for number 2, Philly's Revenge? And congratulations to owner Nan Turner, as she now will take her position next to driver Wyatt Avenetti, and Denise Titus will take the trackside winner's circle photo. And I know Nan would like for us to invite everyone to her home fair up at Macon County for the Downstate Classic tomorrow at 11 a.m. Hope you can make it. Philly's Revenge has just won for the 19th time in her career. What a fun filly she has been for these connections. Congratulations, Nan and John and Wyatt. Here's the full field rundown. It is official for race number 7. From the top, Runaway Delight finished 5. Philly's Revenge, the winner. Nay's Rendezvous was scratched. She's Brookstar was scratched. Fox Valley Tasha finished 3rd. Crimson Blue was scratched. CV May was 4th. Illini Bell was the runner-up. 28-2 at the quarter. Half was 57-4. 3 quarters, 127 3/5. The mile, 1 minute 55 3/5 seconds. Reach down, 5-1 scratch, scratch 3 scratch, 4-2. So race 8 is on the way. We are waiting for Prince of Style, Smooth and Creamy, Flying Marvin, Duncan's Ranger, Buck Art, I Dreamed a Dream, Foxman, and Roland Cole. The driver of number 5, Buck Art, will be Zyler Maxwell. Number 5, Buck Art, will be Zyler Maxwell. Kind of a special moment here in race 8. We talked about the fact that Mr. Freddie Patton Sr. of Clinton, Mississippi, earlier this week celebrated his 83rd birthday, and he is with us here today at the races. He is the owner of Smooth and Creamy, and we mentioned that it's a special moment not only because it's Freddie's birthday week, but also because Smooth and Creamy, some of you might remember, that's the horse that won the County Fair Challenge here at the Quoin State Fair a few years ago in the 3-year-old Colton Gelding Pace division. So no doubt some fond memories for Mr. Patton and that pacer Smooth and Creamy as they return to the site of that County Fair Challenge win over this Magic Mile. Horses are on the track, headed to the gate for race number 8. This is for horses with a TrackMaster rating less than 70. We've talked about this before. There is a handicapping tool called a TrackMaster rating, and it's a figure that takes into account track condition, temperature, size of the field, the trip the horse got, and it's a way to assign a numeric value to a horse's performance other than just a beaten time. So horses that have a track, usually the higher the TrackMaster rating, the better the performance. So a TrackMaster rating less than 70 here. 70 is a good number, so if you're anywhere close to 70, you're racing pretty well. And let's meet the starters for race 8. Number 1, Prince of Style, owned by Jonathan Gordon of Champaign, trained by Merv Chupp, the driver Kyle Houston. 2, Smooth and Creamy, owned by Freddie Patton Sr. of Clinton, Mississippi, trained and driven by Cornelius Cavett. 3, Flying Marvin, owned by Jacob Radel of Edgewood, trained by Cornelius Cavett, Jordan Patton in the bike. Number 4 is Duncan's Ranger, owned and trained by Alan Petrie of Carrollton, Wyatt Avenetti, the driver. 5, Buck Art is owned by Julie Collins of Bullhead City, Arizona, trained by Phil Knox. Contrary to the program, the driver Zyler Maxwell. 6, I Dream to Dream is owned and trained by Dave Brown of Harrisburg, Richard Finn in the bike. Number 7, Foxman, owned by Kevin Miller of Arthur, owned by Lester and Marcus Detweiler of Sullivan, trained by Kevin Miller. Cordarius Stewart is in the bike. And number 8, Roland Cole, owned by Hosea Williams of Chicago, trained by Stephen Halford. The second one, Franco, is up. Horses have reached the gate, just about set to go, race 8. Starter calls for the field here in race number 8. The Suburban Downs Downstate Spring and Summer Meet kicking off today. Continues next week with a pair of programs scheduled at the Illinois State Fairgrounds at Springfield. Hosea Williams of Chicago, the owner of number 8, Roland Cole, that pacing mare with earnings approaching $300,000. Hosea is a gentleman who has been involved with racing in Illinois for many, many years. He has been a trailblazer. He has opened a lot of doors, and he spoke to us one day, and he said, it was just a couple of years ago, he said, I hope that will be my legacy, that I hope helped open doors and create opportunities for others to make the sport of harness racing more inclusive. Hosea Williams, the owner of Roland Cole, and we are set to go here in race 8 at the DuQuoin State Fairgrounds. Good to have you with us on a beautiful Thursday afternoon. Here they come. They are off and pacing. I Dream to Dream goes out for the lead. A speed battle heading down to the first turn. Duncan's Ranger has early speed. Smooth and Creamy, Mr. Patton's horses right there, close up in the early going against the rail around the first turn as they race toward the quarter-mile mark. Duncan's Ranger has made the top. Duncan's Ranger against the rail leads it by a length. I Dream to Dream will settle into good position in second around the first turn. Buck Art is parked, can't find room at the rail, moves up third, now second, now to challenge for the lead. Further back, Smooth and Creamy gets shuffled back into the fourth position. Off the opening quarter, 29 seconds flat, and then Flying Marvin, who's racing toward the middle of the pack, in fifth. Prince of Style travels along in sixth. Foxman is seventh. Roland Cole is eighth. And I Dream to Dream is out and rolling. Up on the outside, fourth, third, second, now leading. I Dream to Dream, midpoint of the backstretch, moves up for Richard Finn and takes the lead by 3/4 of a length. This was after Buck Art had briefly made the top. Now Buck Art is still there and now is fighting back toward the inside. 59 flat for the first half mile, 59 seconds flat. Onto the far turn they go. Buck Art moves back up the inside, regains the lead 3/4 of a length. I Dream to Dream, second on the outside. Duncan's Ranger is close up in third, moves up to challenge once again for second, regains second now. I Dream to Dream is third, just over a quarter mile to go, and here comes Foxman. Foxman takes to the outside, fourth, now third, still 5 lengths off the lead. Roland Cole is fourth with 6 lengths to make up as they go on by the 3/4 mile mark. 1:28.3 the time, 1:28.3. Buck Art is the leader. Now, here comes Foxman to the outside, and Duncan's Ranger is right there in between that pair. Duncan's Ranger and Foxman to the outside. Roland Cole is out in the center of the racetrack. Buck Art is still there down toward the inside. Here's Foxman for a narrow lead. Here's Roland Cole on the outside. Roland Cole gets up to win it. A half length on the line. Foxman was across the wire in second, then Duncan's Ranger and Buck Art, and they were followed by Smooth and Creamy across the wire in fifth. 1 minute 57 and 1/5 seconds the time for the mile. 1:57 and 1. Number 8, Roland Cole, your winner. Right before that field of horses went to the gate, we talked about Roland Cole, number 8. This is a 9-year-old Illinois-bred mare by Sagebrush out of Emission Control by Cole Muffler, bred by the University of Illinois at Champaign-Urbana. There's Hosea Williams. We were mentioning him a moment ago. Hello, Mr. Williams, and welcome back to the DuQuoin State Fairgrounds. Roland Cole has just won for the 26th time in her career. And again, her earnings approaching $300,000. This has been a mare who has just been fantastic over the years for Mr. Williams, and his trainer is Stephen Halford II. Sir, welcome back to DuQuoin. Always good to have you with us as he gets ready to greet his winning pacer here in just a moment. We talked about this as this field of horses went to the gate. And we have chatted from time to time. We had a talk in the grandstand at Springfield a couple of years ago with Hosea Williams. And he said, you know what? He said, I just want to be remembered as someone that as an African American, I helped open some doors. I helped blaze a trail. He said, I wanted that to happen. He said, many, many years ago, decades ago, he said, I love the sport of harness racing, and he said, all I wanted to do was make sure everyone knew they are welcome in this sport. Well, Hosea, you've done the job. You have opened doors. You have blazed trails, and sir, thanks for being part of this great game of harness racing. And here comes his winning pacer. How about a hand for number 8, Roland Cole. Juan Franco is in the race bike. We've mentioned before that Juan is a native of Guatemala, came to the U.S. many years ago and became a U.S. citizen, got his start as a hot walker and caretaker in the thoroughbred industry. Nelson Willis noticed him, and Nelson said, have you thought about working in standardbreds? And encouraged Juan to make the transition, and it has been a very successful transition to the standardbred game. And Juan, always good to see you too, sir. We had a chance to visit with Juan before the races today back in the stable area. And I know that Nelson Willis played a key role in helping develop his career in the standardbred industry. Mr. Williams, Mr. Franco, and yes, Mr. Halford, congratulations, one and all, Roland Cole. We'll have the full field rundown in just a moment. Looking ahead, horsemen, you may come to the track with race 9. Scratch number 8, I Can Have Mercy. Once again, upcoming 9th race, scratch number 8, I Can Have Mercy, scratched by the trainer for personal reasons. The driver of the 4 Carrot Top Moose, Phil Knox. Number 4, Carrot Top Moose, the driver, Phil Knox. Full field rundown coming up in a moment for race 8. Here is the full field rundown. It is official for race 8. From the top of the page, Prince of Style finished 8. Smooth and Creamy finished 5. Flying Marvin, 6 in a dead heat. Duncan's Ranger finished 3. Buck Art finished 4. I Dreamed a Dream, 6 in a dead heat. Foxman, the runner-up. Roland Cole, the winner. 29 at the quarter. 59 at the half. 3 quarters, 1:28 and 3. The time for the mile, 1 minute 57 and 1/5 seconds. Reads down, 8-5, 6 dead heat. 3-4, 6 dead heat. 2-1. And that does bring us to race number 9. Horsemen, come to the track, please, for this ninth race. Horses are on the track and headed to the gate for race 9 in your scorecard. Suburban Downs, downstate meeting at Quoin. And of course, Springfield coming up soon next week. This race for non-winners of $12,000 lifetime for Illinois conceived in full, the threshold $15,000. Non-winners of a race last 4 starts allowed $3,500. Those are the conditions. Let's meet the starters. Number 1, Diamond Hands, owned by Walk on Water Acres LLC of Altamont of Richard and Bethany Finn. Owned also by Jackson Loy of Beecher City. Richard Finn, the trainer-driver. 2, Joni B, is owned by Thomas Lowinger of Platteville, Wisconsin, trained by Jamaica Patton, Marcus Turner in the bike. 3, Hey Freaky, owned by the Freaky Luck Stable of Springfield of Tyler Stevens Clemens and Cassidy Tarter, trained and driven by Tyler Stevens Clemens. Number 4, Carrot Top Moose, owned by Carla Santos of Springfield, trained by Dossie Minor. Contrary to the program, the driver Phil Knox. Number 5 is Fox Valley Riva, owned by Lester Detweiler of Sullivan, the trainer Kevin Miller, the driver Cordarius Stewart. Number 6, We Are Family, owned by Casey Williams of Hattiesburg, Mississippi, trained by Tom Simmons, Casey Leonard in the bike. Number 7, Fox Valley Carlos, owned by Houston Racing LLC of Altamont of Kyle and Amy Houston, owned by John Schwartz Jr. of Wooddale, Illinois, the trainer Amy Houston, driver Kyle Houston. Number 8 is scratched. At the post, gates rolling, race 9. Horsemen be ready at the barns with the 10th race. A reminder, in the upcoming 10th race, the 5 Guitar Man is a scratch, and the 7 Rage-In also is a scratch. That's in the upcoming 10th. Right now, it's race 9 that's on the track. The track is hot. Coming down for the start, race 9. Here they come. Off and pacing they go. Carrot Top Moose grabs the racetrack, goes right out for the lead. Joni B gets away in the second position, and Diamond Hands comes away third, down toward the inside. Still a 3-way shuffle for the lead as they move midway on the first turn. Joni B moves up between horses, now slides down next to the rail. Leads it by just a neck. Carrot Top Moose is right alongside the top 2, now matching strides for the lead. Diamond Hands has settled back into third. Hey Freaky, 3 more lengths back in fourth. Then a gap of 7 more lengths back to Fox Valley Riva 5th. 27 and 2, quick opening quarter, 27 and 2/5 seconds. Still further back, Fox Valley Carlos is in the 6th position, and We Are Family is last of the 7. But again, a lot of pace up front, at least for the first 3/8 of a mile. Carrot Top Moose has cleared with the lead now for Phil Knox. Carrot Top Moose leads it by a length as they approach the half. Joni B second by a length. Diamond Hands is racing along in the 3rd position. Another 3 lengths back to Hey Freaky, who's in 4th, and Fox Valley Riva 5th. 56 and 2 was the time for the first half mile. 56 and 2/5 seconds. Fox Valley Carlos is still 6th, but taking to the outside and is still 8 lengths off the lead, though. Midway on the turn, here's Joni B. Joni B comes to the outside, had been 2nd, now has the lead by a length as they go toward the 3/4. Diamond Hands comes off the rail, goes to 2nd, just off the leader's flank. Fox Valley Riva picks them up, but has to go 3 wide in 3rd. Carrot Top Moose gets shuffled back into 4th. 1:27, the time at the 3/4, and 1:27. Here's Diamond Hands alongside of Joni B, and Fox Valley Riva joins them on the far outside in 3rd. Fox Valley Carlos is in 4th, still 5 lengths away. Fox Valley Riva down the center of the track to challenge Diamond Hands and Joni B. Fox Valley Carlos, then Carrot Top Moose. Coming through the final 16th, Fox Valley Riva, center of the racetrack. Joni B still there to the inside. Fox Valley Riva, Joni B, Fox Valley Riva, Joni B. And it is Joni B who got there by a neck or a head on the wire. Joni B first across the wire, followed by Fox Valley Riva, who gave it a heck of an effort on the grandstand side, but had to settle for 2nd. Then behind that pair, Diamond Hands was 3rd. 1:58 flat, the time for the mile. 1 minute, 58 seconds flat. Now returning in front of the stands, here's the winner of today's 9th race, owned by Thomas Lowinger of Platteville, Wisconsin, trained by Jamaica Patton, and driven today by the man they call Gator. That is Marcus Turner, your winning driver. How about a hand for Joni B, number 2? Joni B is a homebred for Thomas Lowinger. This mare, a 5-year-old by Well Said out of Ellisbell by Sportsmaster. Picks up her first win of the season, 4th win of her career. Marcus Turner. Hello, Gator. Good to see you. Blue and white driving colors, got the green race bike from the Jamaica Patton barn, and pulling the win here in race number 9. Full field rundown in just a moment. Gutsy effort by Joni B, who was used hard to get to the front early and still had enough left. Marcus had it measured just right. Full field rundown, it is official for the 9th race, and here it is. From the top, Diamond Hands was 3rd. Joni B, the winner. Hey Freaky was 7. Carrot Top Moose finished 5. Fox Valley Riva, the runner-up. We Are Family finished 6. Fox Valley Carlos finished 4. I Can Have Mercy was scratched. 27-2 at the quarter. 56-2 at the half. 3 quarters and 1:27. The time for the mile, 1 minute, 58 seconds. Reads down 3:17, 5:26 for scratch. Horsemen, come to the track, please, with race 10. A reminder, scratch number 5, Guitar Man, and also scratch the 7, Ragin. Again, scratch 5, Guitar Man, scratched by the trainer for personal reasons. Also scratch the 7, Ragin, scratched for transportation issues. Horsemen, this reminder, you can visit HawthorneRacecourse.com and click on Horsemen and then click Harness for the latest condition sheets from Racing Secretary Robin Schatt as we move our way through the spring and summer for the Suburban Downs Downstate meeting. Again, HawthorneRacecourse.com, click Horsemen and then click Harness. For the IHHA, all the latest updates there, especially legislative updates and dates and things of that nature, you may visit harnessillinois.com. And if you want another really good reason to visit that site, I'll give you a name, Mike Paradise. Mike Paradise, I've always said, I wish Mike Paradise would teach courses in journalism. He is a tremendous turf rider. He loves the game. He does such a good job of covering Illinois racing, and you can find all of Mike's great reports. A lot of them are often shared on ustrotting.com, which is great, but they're all archived at harnessillinois.com. So Mike Paradise, if you're listening, on behalf of the Horsemen's community, a big thank you for the coverage that you give this sport. Also, you may need updates or information regarding Illinois bred status as you get ready to head to the yearling sales later this summer. Anything pertaining to the Illinois bred program, visit the Illinois Department of Agriculture. Visit them at agr.illinois.gov. Our thanks to Tim Norman and Carrie Tiskus and the entire staff for all that they do. They make sure all the T's get crossed and all the I's get dotted so we can go racing. And when we say this is an Illinois bred, you can rest assured it's been documented. And the same with the colt investigators and everybody that plays a role in that. It takes a lot of folks to make things work and to keep things official, and we do appreciate it. A reminder that we will go racing at the Illinois State Fairgrounds at Springfield next week. Again, there are a total of 18 race days this spring and summer scheduled for Springfield, and there are 10 that are scheduled here at the Quoin State Fairgrounds, 28 days for the Suburban Downs Downstate meeting over the course of the coming weeks and months. We hope you'll be able to join us. Should be a fun meet.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
A little disappointed, by the way. On the Facebook page Horse Talk Today, we did some previews of the Downstate Classic races. And we bring this up because Guitar Man, who was entered to go here in race 10 today but has been scratched, Guitar Man is in to go for the Downstate Classic. And given that the trainer scratched today for what were listed as personal reasons, we are guessing Guitar Man will be in the lineup for the Downstate Classic. But we're disappointed because we thought we were very clever. In our write-up previewing the 3-year-old colt and gelding pace, we talked about Guitar Man being one of the favorites, and the picture that we used for the write-up was the late, great Jimi Hendrix. And it got no response. Got no response. The reason we chose Jimi Hendrix, earlier this year, Rolling Stone magazine released a list of what they had ranked, their staff ranked the 100 greatest guitar players of all time. And Jimi Hendrix topped that list. I'm wanting to say that one of the Allman Brothers was maybe in there at second or third. I think Eric Clapton came in at fourth. But Jimi Hendrix, if you check out Horse Talk Today, that is the picture that we used for that preview because of Guitar Man for the Downstate Classic. We were hoping that might get a little more reaction. We were kind of curious who the horsemen, we know the horsemen like music, who some of your favorite all-time guitar players are. I would think that maybe I'm dating myself by mentioning the name Jimi Hendrix. I know that time goes on, but I will be curious to see if anybody else comes with that name among their personal favorites. But that's always a great debate among fans of music, the greatest guitar players of all time. Horses are on the track, headed to the gate. Race 10, Illinois Conceived and Foaled. Pacers, age 3 and 4. Colts and Geldings. Number 1, Mr. Sleaze, owned by the Engel Stable of Illinois, LLC of Northbrook of Marty Engel, trained by Nelson Willis, Juan Franco on the bike. 2, Deputy Dog, Dietrich Kelly of Canton, Mississippi, the owner, Jamaica Patton, the trainer, Marcus Turner, the driver. 3, Gorgeous Big Guy. How about that? The Illinois champion 2-year-old of last year, and he really got noticed the first time by the Illinois racing fans right here at the DuQuoin State Fair when he won the Director's Cup with a huge effort, parked almost every step of the way, went on to be named the Illinois champion 2-year-old pacing colt or gelding of last season. Gorgeous Big Guy, owned by Doug Overheiser of New Smyrna Beach, Florida. Mark Winship of Canton, trained by Irv Miller. Cordarius Stewart is the driver. 4, Fox Valley Durham, owned by the Irvin Miller Stable of Wind Gap, Pennsylvania. Irv and Heidi Miller, owned by Jerry Graham of Salem, Illinois. Engel Stable of Northbrook of Marty Engel. Lewis Willinger of the trainer, Irv Miller, the driver. One of the most beautiful things in the sport of harness racing is a driver that knows that he's got a ton of horse. Just big guy. And for that reason, that was a masterful drive there, Cordarius, well done. And gorgeous big guy wins for the second time in his many outings this year, so he's picked up right where he left off. And again, it was here at Quoin. He went a monster mile. That was when he was still in the barn of trainer Tim Roach. And Tim drove him that day, and he was first up. He was parked. He was wide around both turns and just would not quit, just kept on moving. And that was the day a lot of folks said, wait a minute, who is gorgeous big guy? And among the folks that took note were Doug Overheiser and Mark Winship, and they said, you know, we think he would look good in our stable. So Irv Miller took over, Cordarius Stewart became the driver, and they have continued to do well with that colt. Gelding, I should say, who's by Ashley's big guy, out of Gorgeous Ranger by Pallone Ranger. That is 9 wins and 13 starts now. The winner bred by Nancy Roach and Arthur Felton, who make their homes in Michigan. Here's the full field rundown. It's official for race 10. Mr. Sleaze was 6. Deputy Dog finished 5. Gorgeous Big Guy was the winner. Fox Valley Durham was the runner-up. Guitar Man was scratched. Dr. Cruz was 3rd. Ray-Jen was scratched, and Fox Valley Steeler was 4th. The quarter in 28 and 1. The half in 57 and 3/5 seconds. 3 quarters in 1:26. The time for the mile, 1 minute 54 and 3/5 seconds. Reads down 6-5-1, 2 scratch, 3 scratch, 4. And of course, the Irv Miller stable with the 1-2 finishers in that race, holding a pretty good hand for that 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Pace division for the 2024 campaign. Race 11 is on the way. Scratch the 4, Fox Valley Izzy. Number 4, Fox Valley Lizzie, is scratched sick. So come to the track, please, with Dash Around, Fox Valley Monaco, Koa, Double Parked, and Camwood.
Good afternoon, everybody. Once again, this is your producer and videographer, Don Holden, with Trot and Pace Marketing. Apologies for the technical difficulties on that last race. I did not know we had no sound until the end of the race. However, it was recorded. So in the replay, which should be posted tonight at trotandpacemarketing.com, there will be audio. And as a matter of fact, let me push some buttons and pull some levers, and I should be able to get audio on this replay. Normally I have it muted so we can catch live sound if needed, but
Here they come.
should have sound on this replay. If someone could confirm for me, that would be great.
They are off and pacing. And there goes Fox Valley Durham from the outside. Deputy Dog, a lane off the rail, is there with Mr. Sleaze against the rail to vie for the early lead. And then Gorgeous Big Guy comes away in the 4th position as they swing around the first turn and race toward the backstretch. Fox Valley Steeler is racing along in the 6th spot. And then Dr. Cruz, who got away last, is content to trail early but has caught up with the field. Was a few lengths off the gate, but now is caught up, but is still last and racing 8 lengths off the lead as they go on by the quarter. 28 and 1 was the time, 28 and 1/5 seconds for the opening quarter. It is Fox Valley Durham who has made the top, leads it by some 2 lengths, as Deputy Dog goes in the 2nd position by a length and a half. Mr. Sleaze is racing in 3rd. Gorgeous Big Guy, the champ, is right there in 4th toward the middle of the pack as they head up the back stretch and race on toward the half-mile mark. There goes Dr. Cruz, moving from 6th and last, now taking 5th, moves around the outside of Fox Valley Steeler, who gets the shuffle to last. 57 and 3 for the first half mile, 57 and 3. Fox Valley Durham has opened up on a 5-length lead onto the far turn, but you know what? Cordarius Stewart hasn't moved a muscle. You talk about calm and chilly in the race bike. He is driving with confidence. He is the driver, of course, of Gorgeous Big Guy. He has moved up into 2nd. He is now taking aim on the leader and is just 2 lengths away. Dr. Cruz has come from last to 3rd, still 5 from the front. Here comes the champ. 126 at the 3/4, 126. Gorgeous Big Guy out and rolling in the home stretch at DuQuoin to take the lead. Fox Valley Durham is now in 2nd. Fox Valley Steeler rallies late. Dr. Cruz is there to vie for 3rd, looking for room, but it's Gorgeous Big Guy and Cordarius Stewart. He has not moved a muscle on this horse. Cordarius Stewart, what a confident drive. He brings home the champ, a winner here at DuQuoin. Gorgeous Big Guy. 1 minute 54 and 3/5 seconds, the time for the mile, 1:54.
Okay, crisis averted. Sorry about that again, folks.
Many thanks to our identifiers today, because Danny Satterfield and Tina Schrock have done a great job not only at identifying these horses, scanning the chip, and making sure each horse is the horse it's supposed to be for the program, but they also give us a heads up by two-way radio when the last horse comes to the track. So thank you, Danny and Tina. Starters are out for race number 11. Race 11 for Pacers, non-winners of $10,000 this year. The threshold for Illinois conceived and foaled a bit higher at $12,500. Also, eligible conditions may apply. Number 1 is Dash Around, owned by Clark Fairley of Lerna, Kay Fairley of Charleston, Elizabeth Fairley of Lerna, trained by Clark, and Clark is in the bike. 2, Fox Valley Monaco, owned by Carl Lacey of Springfield, Benita Simmons of Springfield, trained by Tom Simmons. Casey Leonard is up. 3, Koa, owned by Chupp Racing Stable Incorporated of Crete of Merv and Kelly Chupp, trained by Merv Chupp, the driver Travis Seekman. Number 4, Fox Valley Lizzie is scratched. Number 5 is Double Parked, who paced the race of her life right here last August at the DuQuoin State Fair, winning in a time right at 1 minute 50 seconds. It was 1 minute 50 and 1/5 seconds that night when she won at 9-1 odds. That was quite a price in a 5-horse field on Double Parked. No wagering today, but Double Parked is in the lineup and is owned by Kevin Miller of Arthur. He's the trainer. Cordarius Stewart will drive. And 6 is Camwood, owned by George Dramonis of Oaklawn, trained by Jill Brown, the driver Chris Brown. Our racing officials here on the infield were just gazing across at the victory lane on the infield here at the DuQuoin State Fairgrounds. Of course, the victory lane positioned immediately north of the infield judges stand, and we were commenting on how many great horses have taken a walk through that parcel of real estate over the years. One image that always comes to mind is that last Hambletonian at DuQuoin back in 1980 when Bill Hawthorne won with the horse that his late son Peter had raced as a 2-year-old, a horse by the name of Burgermeister. And Peter had such great hopes for that horse, and regrettably Peter lost his life early in 1980. And the documentary film that the U.S. Trotting Association did called Last Time at DuQuoin, there's a line in the script that the narrator says, and it shows Bill Hawthorne on camera in the paddock that day up at the top of the stretch, and he's drinking a Coca-Cola. He's got a paper cup with a Coca-Cola logo on it, and he's staring out across the racetrack. And the narrator says Bill Hawthorne didn't want to win the Hambletonian in 1980. He had to win it. A great line, because it was a situation that Bill never wanted to find himself in. But he stepped up, and what an emotional day that was. It was the last Hambletonian at DuQuoin, and Bill Hawthorne winning with his late son Peter's horse Burgermeister. Just one of the images that often comes to mind for a lot of us when we look at that victory lane. And again, horsemen, we appreciate the fact that you have remained committed here in Illinois to racing, because if you had not, we wouldn't be here today. It has taken a commitment on the part of a lot of folks, and that's why today was such great news when our Director of Agriculture, Jerry Costello, mentioned that the governor had just signed the budget and that there was an additional $2.9 million in the budget for harness racing to be released later this year, and that was certainly wonderful news. And again, we often talk about the history of harness racing here at DuQuoin, but those of you racing today, you're writing your own chapter of racing history, and part of that chapter is you're helping sustain racing at DuQuoin, just as the state has seen value in keeping racing at this DuQuoin State Fairgrounds, and we appreciate one and all those who continue to make this happen. Suburban Downs at Hawthorne, they see value in these racetracks downstate, and we appreciate the Suburban Downs meeting at DuQuoin and Springfield today, the kickoff day for the 2024 spring and summer meet. Here they come, race 11, lined up, ready to go. They're off and pacing, and there goes Double Parked. Double Parked fires out for the early lead, goes right to the front. Koa is there to the inside, however, and Koa will apply some mild pressure before Double Parked starts to move by for the lead. Clear now at the end of the opening eighth of a mile. So midway on the south turn, Double Parked has made the top and leads it by 1 length. Koa will go second around the turn, then a gap of just over 2 lengths to dash around in third by nearly 2 as they go on by that quarter-mile mark and head over to the backstretch. Fox Valley, Monaco, and then Camwood last. 28-1 for the opening quarter, 28 1/5 seconds. Up the backstretch, Double Parked is the leader. Double Parked is on top and leads it by just 1 length, as Fox Valley, Monaco, and Koa are both trying to shuffle around and find some racing room up the backstretch. It'll be Koa traveling along there in that second position as they go on by the half, dash around, solidifies third. Fox Valley, Monaco thought about a move off the first turn, but just as quickly settled back into fourth. Camwood is last. 57-1 was the time for the first half mile, 57 1/5 seconds. On to the final turn, it is Double Parked who leads it. Koa goes second by 1.5 lengths, dash around third. Camwood is fourth up on the outside, and Fox Valley Monaco is now last of the 5, 6 lengths off the lead as they approach the 3/4 mile mark. Double Parked is the leader, and Koa is still there, still second, has been there every step of the way. Dash around is third, but nearly 5 lengths off the lead. 127 flat was the time at the 3/4. 127 flat. Double Park turns for home and opens up here. Leads it by 2. Leads it by 3. Koa is second, looking toward the inside. Now Koa's going to try to change lanes to the inside of Double Parked, and Fox Valley Monaco tries to find some racing room as they move into the final 8th mile. And Fox Valley Monaco and Casey Leonard moving by for the lead. Fox Valley Monaco found the path that worked and drew clear from the outside to win it by 5 lengths lengths on the line. Fox Valley Monaco, your winner. It was Koa home second, and then Double Parked, who faded to third. Dash around fourth, Camwood fifth. 157 flat, the time for the mile. Thank you, Ron Bergdorf. 157 flat. Fox Valley Monaco. Horsemen, you may come to the track with race number 12. No scratches in the 12th race. Looking for a field of 8 trotters, you may come to the track. We'll meet the winner of race 11 in just a moment, Fox Valley Monaco. In front of the stands, how about a hand for the winner of race number 11, number 2, Fox Valley Monaco. The winner is owned by Carl Lacey of Springfield and Benita Simmons of Springfield, trained by Tom Simmons. It's a driving triple today for Casey Leonard. The winner bred by the Fox Valley Standardbreds of Dr. Kenneth and Patricia Walker. This gelded son of Luck Be With You and Indiana sired pacer, winning for the 9th time in his career, 157 flat, a hat trick for Mr. Casey Leonard of Harvard, Illinois. Here's the full field rundown for race 11. It is official from the top of the page. Dash Around finished 4. Fox Valley Monaco was the winner. Koa, the runner-up. Fox Valley Lizzie was scratched. Double Parked was 3rd. And Camwood finished 5. The opening quarter, 28 and 1/5 seconds. The first half mile went in 57 and 1. The 3 quarters in 127 flat. And the time for the mile, 1 minute 57 flat. 4, 1, 2, scratch 3, 5. The rundown for race 11. 12th race is on the way. A reminder, the driver for the 5, Zion's Relay Chili, Kyle Husted. That's the 5, Zion's Relay Chili, the driver, Kyle Husted. Horses are on the track and headed to the gate, race 12 for the Suburban Downs Downstate meeting, opening day of this spring and summer-long meet. Illinois conceived and foaled 3- and 4-year-old trotters with fillies and mares to draw inside. Number 1 is Calypso Moon, owned by Dr. Patrick Graham of Lockridge, Iowa, trained and driven by Kurt Grummel. 2, Radiant Diamond, owned by Jody Peacock of Cantrell. Carol Reynolds of Springfield, trained and driven by Rick Schrock. 3, the Illinois conceived and foaled champion, Whiskey Lou. She was named divisional champion 2-year-old trotting filly in this state last season. Is owned by Randy Wilt of Savannah, Missouri, and the filly's trained by Kurt Remmel, driven by Casey Leonard. 4 is Bell Boots, the reigning Illinois conceived and foaled champion 3-year-old trotting filly of 2023, owned by Kelly Bell and Tony Bell of Windsor, trained and driven by Matt Avenatti. 5, Zion's Really Chilly, 2-time County Fair Challenge winner over this track, owned and trained by Alan Petrie of Carrollton, driver Kyle Houston. 6, Judge Me Not, owned by Ron Phillips of Athens, Jamaica Patton of Rochester, and Sherry Boldovich of Lakewood, Colorado, trained by Jamaica Patton, the driver Cordarius Stewart. 7, Luz Andiamo, owned by the Flacco Family Farms of Alexis, Illinois, of Dr. Richard and Arlene Flacco, Rick and Tabby Flacco, co-owned by trainer Roshan Trey, the driver Jamal Denson. And 8, Tank Me to Dennyland, owned by Dennis Gardner of West Salem, trained by Desiree Seekman. Travis Seekman is in the race bike. So you've got a pair of reigning Illinois champions in this race, and they're going to line up side by side behind the gate. Number 3, Whiskey Lou, and number 4, Bell Boots. Here's the curious part of that. Both of them won championship titles last year, despite the fact they both got beat at the DuQuoin State Fair. Yeah, Whiskey Lou, you can see the past performance line from August 28 last year in the program. She was runner-up in the First Lady, and Bell Boots, her past performance line from DuQuoin is not shown in the program, but you might remember Bell Boots, that was the night she was second in a dead heat in the Windy Skeeter. She actually dead heated for runner-up that night with Radiant Diamond. The thing about Bell Boots in hindsight, she was 24-1 on the board that night. She had not really caught the attention of the betting public up to that point, but that was the night, even though she got beat, she raced a huge race, and I think a lot of people came away from DuQuoin last year saying, you know, this Bell Boots filly might be getting sharp at the right time, because she hit the board with a huge effort that night at 24-1, and of course went on to win at the Night of Champions at Hawthorne. Right now they are at the post, race number 12, ready to go. Gates rolling. Zion's Really Chilly, a bit high-strung behind the gate, is about 8 to 10 lengths behind the gate. Here they come. They are off and trotting. Tank Me to Dennyland, that far outside starting spot, comes out to challenge for the lead. Luz Andiamo is right there, and Bell Boots from in between horses, and Whiskey Lou is there as well as they move down into the first turn. Whiskey Lou against the rail. Bell Boots is in between horses around the first turn, and there goes Tank Me to Dennyland, stacking up 3 wide, now double wide around the turn, headed toward the quarter-mile mark. Tank Me to Dennyland makes the top, clear with the lead by a length and a half just before the quarter. Bell Boots second. Whiskey Lou is racing in third, and Calypso Moon is fourth. 28-4, the time for the opening quarter. 28-4, fifth seconds. Radiant Diamond further back is fifth against the rail. Luz Andiamo is in sixth. Judge Me Not is racing in seventh, and Zion's Really Chilly has now caught up with the field after being several lengths off the gate, but is still last and racing 8 to 9 lengths off the leader as they go toward the half-mile mark. Back up at the front, Tank Me to Dennyland leads it by just over 2 lengths. Bell Boots is second by a length and a half as they go past the half. Whiskey Lou is racing in third. 59 and 3 for the first half mile. 59 and 3/5 seconds. Then Calypso Moon, who's fourth toward the inside. And here comes Whiskey Lou. Whiskey Lou comes to the outside now from third, starts moving up. Luz Andiamo moves up with cover behind her, but is still fifth. Whiskey Lou is just off the leader's flank as they go to the three-quarter. Whiskey Lou on the outside draws alongside of Tank Meat at Dennyland. And then Bell Boots, who's still toward the inside in third. Luz Andiamo is in fourth. Past the three-quarter. 1:30 flat was the time. 1 minute 30 seconds flat. They turn for home. Whiskey Lou on the outside. Tank Meat at Dennyland to the inside. And then Luz Andiamo, who's third in behind that pair, trying to find more room now toward the outside. Final 8th mile. Whiskey Lou has the lead. Whiskey Lou has wrestled the lead away from Tank Meat at Dennyland. Luz Andiamo third. Whiskey Lou is in front. The champion, Illinois-bred 2-year-old trotting filly of last season. A successful 3-year-old debut. Whiskey Lou wins it by 3 lengths on the line. Close for second, either Tank Meat to Dennyland for the runner-up spot or Luz Andiamo be one of that pair for the place spot. Time for the mile, 1:58 and 3. 1 minute 58 and 3/5 seconds. Whiskey Lou with a successful 2024 debut. We've seen a lot of Illinois-bred champions returning to the races over the course of the past few days. Chickabell, third in a qualifier with a very nice mile, around 1:55 in Indiana. The reigning Illinois champion, 2-year-old pacing filly, gorgeous big guy, won just a few races ago. The reigning Illinois champion, 2-year-old pacing Colder Gelding. And now a successful 3-year-old debut for Whiskey Lou, the reigning Illinois-bred champion, 2-year-old trotting filly of last season. How about a hand for Whiskey Lou? 4 wins today for Casey Leonard to lead all drivers here this afternoon. And also congratulations to Randy Wilt, the owner and breeder of Savannah, Missouri. Kurt Grummel, the trainer. Lou's Legacy, the reigning Illinois Trotting Stallion of the Year, the sire of Whiskey Lou, which is out of Whisk, Hanover by Cantab Hall. Again, horsemen, a reminder, there is a testing station in the stable area, so we do remind all winning drivers and trainers, keep in mind there is a located in the stable area near the Grand Circuit Barn. We'll have the full field rundown in a moment. Race 13 is on the way. Horsemen come to the track. No changes in race 13. Here's the full field rundown. It's official for race 12. From the top, Calypso Moon finished 8, Radiant Diamond 6, Whiskey Lou the winner. Bell Boots finished 4, Zion's Really Chilly was 7, Judge Me Not finished 5, Lou's Angiamo was 3rd, and Take Me to Disneyland was the runner-up. Quarter, 28 and 4. The first half mile, 59 and 3/5 seconds. 3 quarters, 1 minute 30 seconds. The time for the mile, 1 minute 58 and 3/5 seconds. Reads down 861, 475, 32. Race 13 on the way. Horsemen come to the track. No changes.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Online in an auction, and it was the memorabilia collection of Randy Mangus. Randy, for many years, was the sales director for the Lexington Selected Sale Company, and Randy had a magnificent collection of harness racing memorabilia. And one of the things Randy had a commemorative plate, I believe it was, with a likeness of Pronto Dawn, one of the great Hayes Fair Acres trotters that trained over this racetrack and now lies at rest on the infield here at the DuQuoin State Fairgrounds. You notice there is an area on the infield where there's a white picket fence up toward the north end of the track. That is where Pronto Dawn lays at rest. It's where Darn Safe also lays at rest, another of the Hayes Fair Acres superstars. So we mention this because we always wonder, when one generation passes on, will there be anyone in the next generation that has the same appreciation? And we can tell you, when it comes to the history of the DuQuoin State Fair, Fred Huff, much like his father Fred, has a true, genuine appreciation for this fair and its racing history. So if you ever want to talk DuQuoin State Fair racing history, if you ever have a piece of DuQuoin State Fair memorabilia and you want it properly preserved, guarantee you Fred Huff will make sure that is done. Fred recently came into possession of an oil portrait of Burgermeister on the track at DuQuoin. It was a painting commissioned by the Hawthorne family. And Fred will take that painting, and what I love about Fred Huff, he doesn't collect memorabilia just so he can say, I've got it and you don't, because sometimes collectors can be that way. Fred wants to share it. He wants other people to enjoy it. And he has taken that oil portrait of Burgermeister and Bill Hawthorne, he has taken it to social gatherings, Chamber of Commerce events here in DuQuoin. And what's so wonderful is people will come up and they will see that painting and they will say to Fred, oh, I was there that day. I remember watching that horse. So just wanted to pass along that we heard Director Costello from the Department of Agriculture say at the top of the program today how important the DuQuoin State Fair and Springfield, the Illinois State Fair, are to him, to the governor, and to the state of Illinois. And we just wanted to add to that it is wonderful because that can be very encouraging to private historians and collectors like Fred Huff. It's kind of just a good way to say, you know what you're doing matters. So Fred, thank you. Keep up the good work. horses are on the track, headed for the gate. Race 13, Illinois Conceived and Foaled, 3- and 4-year-old trotters, non-winners of $50,000 lifetime. No changes. Number 1 is Zora Moon, owned, trained, and driven by Charles Arthur of Terry, Mississippi, owned also by Marvin Chandler of Terry, Mississippi. 2, You Ain't No Fool, owned by LaQuinton Shavers of Brandon, Mississippi, trained by Roshan Trigg, Jamal Denson, and the bike. 3, Mariah Lou, owned by the Flacco family farms of Alexis, trained and driven by Chill Brown. 4, Jules for Champ, owned by the Irvin Miller Stable, Wind Gap, Pennsylvania, Louis Willinger of Louisville, Kentucky, the Ingalls Stable of Illinois of Northbrook, trained by Irv Miller, Cordarius Stewart, and the bike. Number 5 is Shady Maple Isaac, owned by Missy Fisher of Albion, trained by Frank Fisher, the driver Travis Siekman. 6, True Cash, owned by Jerry Graham of Salem, Doug Overheiser of New Smyrna Beach, Florida, trained by Irv Miller, the driver Casey Leonard. Number 7, Chip Off the Block, owned, trained, and driven by Matt Abinetti of Chrisman. Number 8, Shady Maple Ace, owned and trained by Tanner Saltzgaver of Fisher, Illinois, the driver Wyatt Abinetti. Shady Maple Ace, a trotter that last summer won the County Fair Challenge here at the DuQuoin State Fair. That was back on August 29. You can see that past performance line in your track program, and went off at a decent price that night at 5-1, almost 6-1 odds. So we'll see if Shady Maple Ace can find his way back to the winner's circle here today, but a good, talented lineup top to bottom. They are at the post, and the gate is rolling. Thanks for spending your Thursday afternoon with us here at the DuQuoin State Fairgrounds for the Suburban Downs opening day, Suburban Downs Downstate meeting for the spring and summer. Again, next week we are at Springfield on June 13 and 14. Race 13 coming down for the start, race 14 yet to come as well before we wrap things up. Right now, here comes race 13. They are off and trotting. There goes True Cash from the outside, Zora Moon from the inside. Mariah Lou is right there in the opening strides as well. You Ain't No Fool backs away and drops over to the rail in 4th. Zora Moon will have the lead. Mariah Lou is there in between horses with Jules for Champ stacking up 3 wide, now double wide around the first turn in 3rd. You Ain't No Fool is back toward the inside in 4th. Shady Maple Isaac is 5th. True Cash is racing in 6th. Chip Off the Block is 7th, and Shady Maple Ace is last of the 8 trotters as they move by the quarter-mile mark and onto the back stretch. Opening quarter, 30 and 2/5 seconds. 30 and 2/5 seconds. Zora Moon is the leader, on top by a length and a half. Mariah Lou will go second by a length and a half as Jules for Champ is against the rail now, racing in 3rd. You Ain't No Fool is 4th. Here's Shady Maple Isaac from the center of the pack. Comes off the rail from 5th, now moves up to challenge for 4th. And then further back, you've got True Cash back toward the inside in 6th position. Now comes off the rail to follow cover from there. And there's Mariah Lou taking the lead as they move on by the half from Zora Moon. 101 and 4 at the time, 101 and 4 for the first half mile. Mariah Lou, the leader. Jules for Champ is out and driving, is just off the leader's flank in 2nd. Zora Moon shuffled to 3rd. Here's Shady Maple Isaac moving up into 4th on the outside, some 4 lengths off the lead around the far turn. You Ain't No Fool gets the shuffle back toward the inside, now into the 5th position, and Jules for Champ is the new leader. Jules for Champ at the 3/4 takes over by 3 lengths. Shady Maple Isaac is second on the outside. 1:31 was the time. 1 minute 31 seconds flat. They turn for home, and then comes True Cash, who's looking toward the outside, moves up into 3rd, still 5 lengths off the lead into the final 8th mile. Jules for Champ is there to the inside. Shady Maple Isaac is right there, and still True Cash on the far outside is trying to move forward. True Cash up to 3rd, up to 2nd, but can't catch Jules for Champ. Jules for Champ too much. Jules for Champ wins it. Jules for Champ by 3.5 lengths. It was close for 2nd. Either Shady Maple Isaac or True Cash for that runner-up spot, and then behind that pair, Shady Maple Ace did come from last to grab 4th. Time for the mile, 1:59 and 3. 1 minute 59 and 3/5 seconds. Jules for Champ. Just talking to a member of the staff for the Irv Miller stable about Jewels for Champ. This sure makes things interesting for the 3-year-old colt and gelding trot division for Illinois breds this year, does it not? This is a trotter that didn't even race last year as a juvenile. Already this year has scored a win at Hoosier Park in 155 and 4. And the bettors at Hoosier Park like that horse enough to bet him down to odds-on favorite status at post-time odds of 3 to 5, and now he backs it up here today. How about a hand for Jewels for Champ, who's now won 2 in a row? That is 2 winners for Irv Miller, 2 winners driven by Cordarius Stewart, and look for this trotter, folks, to make an impact on that 3-year-old colt and gelding Illinois bred trot division. This is a name we did not see last summer. Again, never made it to the races until this year at 3, but he's there now in a big way. Congratulations to the Irvin Miller stable of Wind Gap, Pennsylvania, of Irv and Heidi Miller, Lewis Wellinger of Louisville, Kentucky, and Ingle stable of Illinois of Marty Ingle of Northbrook. Congratulations also to the breeder Oakwood Farms of Indiana. Lou's Legacy, the sire of this 3-year-old trotter, who is a gelding out of Jesse's Jewel by Jailhouse. Jesse, a $32,000 graduate of the Land of Lincoln sale in Sherman, Illinois. Jewels for Champ. Again, the time today, 1:59 and 3. Full field rundown coming up. Here's the full field rundown. It is official for race 13. From the top, Zora Moon finished 8. You Ain't No Fool was 6. Mariah Lou finished 5. Jewels for Champ, the winner. Shady Maple Isaac, the runner-up. True Cash was 3rd. Chip Off the Block was 7. And Shady Maple Ace finished 4. The quarter, 30 and 2/5. The half in 101 and 4/5. 3 quarters in 131. And the time for the mile, 1 minute, 59 and 3/5 seconds, and it reads down 8:65, 1:23.74. My, folks, I cannot wait to see the showdowns in that 3-year-old colt and gelding trot division. You know, Lou's Private Eye is the reigning champion, and he races tomorrow in the Downstate Classic. I believe that's his first start of the year. Yes. So, in the words of the time-worn saying, I think someone has thrown down the gauntlet because Jewels for Champ has been racing very well, and that trotter would seem to be poised to be an influence on that 3-year-old colt and gelding trot division. But we talked to Steve Searle recently about Lou's Private Eye, and he said, look, all systems are go. He's doing well. We're feeling good about him. A showdown between Lou's Private Eye and Jewels for Champ, that could be a lot of fun this summer. And heck, who knows, somebody else might pop up along the way. We know this much, we're ready for race 14. It's our final race on the card. No changes, horsemen come to the track with the 14th and final race. We're just talking here in the infield judges stand about Lou's legacy. That horse has just been incredible. He has really impacted the breed here in Illinois. Time and time again, the Illinois Trotting Sire of the Year. If you go back and trace his lineage, he traces back to Noble Victory. And so I tell you, every time Lou's legacy sires a winner at DuQuoin, somewhere in horse heaven, Noble Victory has to be smiling, because you might remember Noble Victory was the horse that it rained and rained and rained the year he came here for the Hambletonian. Ron, were you here that day? That was Ron Bergdorf's first Hambletonian. Ron's our chief timer today. So the track was awful. Noble Victory hated it. And the other Stanley Dancer horse, Egyptian Candor, was that when he won? Yes. And you see the photos in Victory Lane. It was nighttime. I mean, it was dark, wasn't it, Ron? And Stanley Dancer just looks drained. I mean, I'm sure he was glad the other horse won, but you could tell he was disappointed that Noble Victory just couldn't get a hold of the track that day. But Lou's legacy traces back to Noble Victory and then to Victory Song. So many of the old-time horsemen used to talk about how Victory Song was just a brilliantly talented trotter, and then back to Volomite. So Lou's legacy, if you love pedigrees, that horse, a lot of us point back to his lineage and say it's amazing he has brought back the Noble Victory line, a horse that raced in the 1960s, the Victory Song line, a horse that raced in the 40s, the Volomite line, a horse that raced in the 1920s. Those are all direct male ancestors of Lou's legacy. He has got an ancestry of some potent trotters going back 100 years. It's amazing. Horses have reached the starting gate for our 14th and final race. Pacers, non-winners of $10,000 this year. A slightly higher threshold for Illinois conceived and foaled. Also eligible conditions may apply. No changes. Number 1, Rocksteady Ron, owned by Jamaica Patton of Rochester. Ron Phillips of Athens, trained by Jamaica Patton. Cordarius Stewart is up. 2, Midnight Chrome is owned by Kevin and Alan Miller of Arthur, trained by Kevin Miller. Travis Seekman in the bike. 3, Ideal Dancer is owned by Jesse Jenkins of Carthage, Mississippi. William Meredith of Kosciuszko, Mississippi, trained by William Meredith. He's in the bike. 4, Red Clover, owned by Carol and Diane Hayes of Williamsville, trained by Carol Hayes. Wyatt Avenatti driving. 5, Candy's Fortune, owned by Brian and Candy Herzog of Beecher City, Illinois, trained by Cornelius Cabot, the driver Freddie Patton Jr. 6, Nui Baden, owned by George Dramonis of Oak Lawn, Illinois, the trainer Jill Brown, the driver Chris Brown. And number 7, Skyway Gym Master, owned by Ann Schneider of Petersburg, Benita Simmons of Springfield, trained by Tom Simmons, the driver Casey Leonard. Starter calls for the field. They are at the post for our 14th and final race. Casey Leonard will lead all drivers on the day with his 4 wins. The next closest, Cordarius Stewart, with 2. And the only trainer to score a double on the day thus far, Irvin Miller. Irv Miller with 2 training wins. Everybody else 1 apiece. So it's been a pretty competitive card on the training side of things. Top of the stretch, here they come. Again, next week we are at the Illinois State Fairgrounds at Springfield as the Suburban Downs spring and summer meet will continue. Here they come, race 14. They are off and pacing. There goes Nui Baden from the outside, out for the early lead. Red Clover is right there from in between horses. Ideal Dancer gets away in 3rd as the field moves down into the first turn. Nui Baden moves up from the outside and has the lead now around the turn as Red Clover will give way, but is still right there. A close second as they head toward the quarter-mile mark. Candy's Fortune finds a good spot now and now comes to the outside from there. From 3rd as Ideal Dancer is in 4th and also moves up with cover behind Candy's Fortune as they race on by the quarter-mile mark. 29 flat for the opening quarter, 29 flat. Midnight Chrome is out and on the move as well, so a lot of shuffling up at the front of the field. It was Candy's Fortune who made the top. Then Ideal Dancer took the lead. There's going to be yet another lead change before the half-mile mark. That's because Midnight Chrome moves up and takes over. So, it's been rather active at the front of the field. Midnight Chrome leads now just before the half by a length as Ideal Dancer will go second. Candy's Fortune shuffled back into third. Nui Baden is in fourth, and Red Clover is fifth. 58-1 was the time, 58 and 1/5 seconds. Rocksteady Ron and Skyway Gem Master further back to complete the field as they move midway on the final turn, and there's Ideal Dancer up to take the lead again. Ideal Dancer takes the lead now, midway on the far turn, and here comes Red Clover on the outside. Midnight Chrome drops back along the rail, has lost ground. There goes Rocksteady Ron from the outside, and Rocksteady Ron goes from third up to second, and the new leader is Red Clover as they turn for home. 128-1, the three quarters, 128-1. It is Red Clover. Rocksteady Ron is racing in the second position as they move into the final 8th mile, and Rocksteady Ron takes to the outside as they move through the final 8th mile. Rocksteady Ron on the outside up to challenge Red Clover for the lead. Red Clover still has the lead. Rocksteady Ron is right there. Rocksteady Ron gets up and wins it by a long neck. Rocksteady Ron to win the nightcap here at Suburban Downs at DuQuoin, and then it was Red Clover who was home second. Late rally to the inside, Skyway Gem Master, that was good enough to grab third, and then further back it was Ideal Dancer who crossed the line in the fourth position. Candy's Fortune was fifth, Midnight Chrome sixth, and Nui Baden was seventh. Time for the mile, 1 minute 55, 4/5 seconds. 1:55 and 4, Rocksteady Ron. Just a moment. Not a bad day's work for Cordarius Stewart, a driving triple on the day. How about a hand for the winner of race 14? Number 1, Rocksteady Ron. Rocksteady Ron, bred by the late John Carver of Rock Island, Illinois, owned and trained by Jamaica Patton of Rochester. That's a training double for Jamaica today. The co-owner, Ron Phillips of Athens, Illinois. Indiana sired, 9-year-old pacer with nearly $250,000 in earnings, career win number 28, and again 3 wins today for Cordarius Stewart. Congratulations, one and all. Time for the mile, 1 minute 55 and 4/5 seconds. You might have noticed in your program, this is a fast horse, Rocksteady Ron. Career mark, fastest all-time win mark for Rocksteady Ron is 1:49 and 4 at the Red Mile in Lexington, Kentucky, so he's got a high gear to him, no doubt. Full field rundown coming up. Here's the full field rundown for race 14. It is official from the top. Rocksteady Ron, the winner. Midnight Chrome was 6. Ideal Dancer finished 4. Red Clover, the runner-up. Candy's Fortune finished 5. Nui Baden was 7. And Skyway Gem Master was 3rd. The quarter in 29 flat. The half in 58 and 1. 3 quarters, 1:28 and 1. The time for the mile, 1 minute 55 and 4/5 seconds. And it reads down 1:64, 2:57, 3. Dwayne Wells, thank you very much. We appreciate our outriders so much. Thanks for all that you do. And ladies and gentlemen, thanks for being here. Hope you've had a good time this afternoon, and we're just getting started. It's going to be a fun remaining spring and a fun summer. Don't forget the Downstate Classic, 11 a.m. tomorrow at the Macon County Fair in Decatur. More racing at Decatur on Saturday with the Illinois Big Ten Colt Stakes, post time again 11 a.m. And next week, Suburban Downs is at the Illinois State Fairgrounds at Springfield on June 13 and 14. So we hope you will be able to come and join us on Thursday and Friday next week at the Illinois State Fairgrounds at Springfield. For now, on behalf of Suburban Downs and Hawthorne Racecourse, and on behalf of the Illinois Department of Agriculture, the DuQuoin State Fair Management, everyone who's helped make today happen, thanks for being with us, and we bid you good afternoon from DuQuoin.